Right, enough of that. Hello guys, welcome to Jed Skeptic Media. Once again, I'm going to bring you a weekly roundup of the goings-ons and flat Earth. I'm just going to say it how I see it, guys. It's just my opinion. This is just my opinion. There's a lot of circle jerking and a lot of hangouts, and things have to be said, and they're not. So I'm going to say what people think, because obviously people think these things. Why are these conventions happening? Why is it taking till November? Mark Sargent on spectacles. That was strange. I thought that would be more objective, but when I went into spectacles chat, all the usual suspects had a spanner. So they're obviously in control of that side. I was on P. Mars's hangout last night, and it was really good. I wanted to have a wee poke at cathexis. It was fun. And I really respect P. Mars for letting me come on and voice my opinion. So big shout to P. Mars. You were good, man. I'm waiting for Tim. Tim's trying to get a hold of Jamie, fake spaceman in space, and Stargods. So we're going to talk about that. And I was listening to Nathan Oakley as well, and this guy that's organised these conventions, and there's something stinks about this guy. It just stinks. It's just profit. The word profit, profit, profit. And there's a debate whether truth is there a value in truth? Should you pay for truth? And it's a funny one, that it is. It's a strange dilemma, because people see value in material that's worth money. Like, if something's free, people think it's usually too good to be true. If something's got value attached to it, they think it's actually valuable material, like information. If something's got money attached to it, so there could be this human way of thinking that if you're paying for something, you're getting something. Like, you never get something for nothing in this world. That's what people keep telling you. So I suppose people think that goes for truth as well. Like, if you're going to get truth, you're going to have to pay for it. And I can't agree with that. I can't agree with these conventions. I can't. And 10 months, guys, 10 months. 10 months. Well, what are they going to do? They're going to hold all their best pieces of information for their conferences. Are they going to have information they should be sharing now, but they'll wait because they want to release it in the conferences? That's what we'll hear all the way through till November. Oh, we've came across some great stuff. We'll bust them this time. We're going to kill the globe. And wait till we tell you at the convention. So pay for it, and maybe you'll hear it. So I don't know, guys. It's just it's weird. And Nathan Oakley, he's all about the money, man. He's all about the money. There's no doubt about that. They're all about the money. We'll have a look at this convention. I'll screen share the whole convention, the page, how much it costs. I just don't think you should pay for truth. Like I said, guys, and Cathexis said to me last night, and I've said this to many people, what if I'm wrong? What if I'm wrong? And I've said this to myself. I have said it to myself. I said it to myself when I first came across Flat Earth. That's why I'm still here. What if I'm wrong? That's why I'm still here, because I still think to myself, what if I'm wrong? What if Flat Earth, there is something to it? And I'm waiting for a piece of evidence to really sway me. And 2017, so far, there's not been one piece of evidence that I've not seen, like the last 2 years. Even Mark Sargent, he talks about this clues, and it just goes on, and he says that there's no silver bullet. That's why I'm here, and this is why I'm still around. There's no one that can take me down, and all this stuff and specs, and it's rubbish. He explains away the Southern Star Trails as a stellarium. That's it. The argument. It's a stellarium. He actually said that if you don't believe in a dome, you don't believe in the flat Earth, because he's convinced there's a dome. So there you go. And a couple of people asked Mark Sargent questions, and they were powder puff questions. Tim came on later on and said they were powder puff. They were. It was pretty funny, actually. Tim shot down Martin. He actually asked Martin Leakey live. Timmy, he says to him, so Martin, what have you done? What evidence have you gathered? What experiments have you done to prove the Earth's flat? And all Martin could say that he had a 6 mile ruler. I've got a 6 mile ruler. I've got a 6 mile ruler. And it's like, what a stupid reply. He's on a massive platform. There's loads of people watching. Not as many as Dale the Knight, actually. Dale the Knight had 200 people watching him. 200 people for stuff they've said over and over again. Anyway, Timmy smashed Martin away. Martin practically left because he was going to hyperventilate and explode, because he was just baffled with the logic. He wants to talk about symbiote beings and all that shit, man. It's like, shut up, Martin. God's sake. We understand the community. I understand the community. I'm enjoying even debating people that don't like me. I enjoy it. It's still a community, whether they like me or not. I'm here. You're listening. I'm talking to you. It's a community. We're all speaking here. I'm not trying to convince anyone the world's a globe. I'm just going through my own journey. I've asked myself if I'm wrong. I have. But the problem is, when you see guys like Dell, you've got to ask yourself, has he asked himself if he's wrong? When you take to the streets, and you're so adamant, when you look back and you think, if I am wrong, I've made a complete ass of myself. I really have. And the same goes for me, I suppose. Same goes for me, but I wouldn't go to the streets telling people that the Earth's flat. Even if I believed it, I wouldn't go to the streets telling people it, because people need to find it their own way. It's such a massive subject. You can't stop anybody in the street for 5 minutes, 10 minutes. This is a subject that goes deep. So many aspects of it: geology, astronomy. There's so many aspects of this flat Earth that you can't just explain in 5 minutes on the street. So I wouldn't ever do that. It's good to get people thinking about the shape of the Earth. There's no doubt about that. There's no doubt about that. It's an alternative way of thinking. But once you do gather the evidence and you do come to a logical, this is a problem. I hear on Dell's show, natural science. Fair enough, natural science. Natural physics is practically natural science. Just the natural world, what you can see, touch, feel. But that's not the same as the scientific method. And they were arguing with a person, Brenda, I think she was called, and they were arguing with him and about the vomit comet going up and down. They're like, but that's not the world. The world's not a plane flying up and down. And it's like, oh God, can you not understand that this person, Brenda, is trying to tell you people that to achieve the scientific method, you need to put water in all different environments, test it as much as you can in different environments. And one of those environments is anti-gravity, even free fall, whatever it is. Even if you're just trying to replicate anti-gravity. But free fall, that's a good one. Like, that got me thinking. Free fall is the absence of gravity, which is strange because you think, but it's just another straw man for the flat Earth, I think, because at the end of the day, we're talking about the curve. We're not talking about gravity at the end of the day. Well, I suppose we are. Gravity will come into it because Dell says water always finds its level, but when you remove gravity, water doesn't find its level. Water will form into a ball if you remove gravity. So the reason why water does find its level is because of gravity. But then that's just another argument. Anyway, guys, thanks for coming along. There's been a lot of things I've watched this week, and it's taken a weird turn again. It has. It's taken a strange turn again. Just this whole convention stuff. I don't know why. It's one of this divisive things that splits people, because it split flat earthers. I've seen a big split since this convention because a lot of people feel left out because it's just in a certain place, and I don't know why they're doing it, because what can they give us at the convention that you won't find on YouTube? What kind of information can these conventions provide that YouTube can't provide? And the people that are going to be at these conventions, what are they going to say that's different? I don't get it. It's divisive. It's almost same again. It's almost come to a cult. It's nothing to do with the shape of the earth. These conventions have nothing to do with the shape of the earth. It's about gathering dedicated followers of, a lie. It is. It's a lie. Um, until they can prove this lie isn't a lie to me, it will always be a lie. Anyway, I'm going to have a look at chat. Um, I'll send Tim the link again. I'm not sure if he's doing his own thing right now or what, but I'm hoping to get a few people on. The Mark Sargent interview with spectacles. It was disturbing. I'm not sure who this Lee Bracken guy is. I'm not sure. The first time I heard his name was because of this whole he got killed and all this stuff. I don't even care if that's just a pure psyop on its own. Like he could have pretended and just to get his name passed around. I don't know, but the fact that he died and he was against Mark Sargent and against the flat Earth, and they said it can karma. I believe in karma because he died. I thought that was a sick thing to say. It was sick. It was sick. I don't know who these people think they are, but like I said, maybe they're saying it because they know that this Lee Bracken isn't dead and it's maybe just bullshit. I don't know. I'd like to hear more about that. I think Tim might have more information about this Lee Bracken character.
Yeah, I called the graveyard. He
Oh, there you are,
definitely
man.
died. What's
How
up,
you
man?
doing, man? I heard a wee bit of the Lee Bracken stuff on your hangout. You had a really long hangout today, man. What was that all about?
I was going through videos. I have a huge drive, basically. I was just going through, watching some of my old videos, basically.
Did you speak in any of them?
Yeah, almost all of them.
I mean, did you speak on your hangout or did you just run all your videos?
No, I was just running videos. I was
Cool.
trying to get them organized and
Cool.
stuff.
I seen you on Spectacles hangout last night. What a fucking shit fest that was.
Yeah, I'm glad that I
Oh,
got the platform to come in and just really disturb that whole situation.
see the amount of times that I've heard that political hillbilly like break down like a little girl. Like every time his questions like he's the one that always gets over emotional. And it was clear to see last night he was the one getting over emotional. He called you a piece of shit or something, and it was like, again, you didn't get to the level of name calling. Fair enough, you're being a wee bit antagonising, but um, I just thought it was a shit fest. And then Martin, I thought, oh god, shut up, Martin. His usual shit. He's almost like he's on drugs, Martin, when he's in front of like the higher brass, like Mark Sargent or Nathan Oakley. It's like Martin changing into this fucking strange person, man.
Yeah, I at least double the blood pressure in any panel that I hop onto. So, and it's a flick of a switch, right? And most people just do it off my voice alone, or even the knowledge of knowing that I'm around. So, to do that is great because that was a total circle jerk echo chamber. It was total powder puff questions, like I said. If I was on, which I was invited at the beginning of it, I would have gotten to some actual objective questions. But what happened was the same script was basically read out that we've all heard from, day one,
Mm-hmm.
2 years now, right? So he doesn't adapt anything at all, and it is a script. It is a game that he's playing for money or whatever. Who knows? But I was talking to Stargods just a minute ago, and well, you can at least see one thing out of it that he got that he probably wouldn't have had otherwise. He was a World of Warcraft nerd, probably not able to get a female, 17 years younger or whatever than than him. So, being a flat Earth legend actually has some perks, bro.
Flat Earth legend. Fucking hell, man. That's well the way they sort of put him on a pedestal last night. Even Spec, like I was starting to. I didn't know. Maybe that was a plan. Maybe that was a plan to like soften everyone up. And but I didn't fall for that shit. I didn't like. I can see through that shit when someone's like makes you that someone compliments you so much and makes you so passive that you feel guilty for like challenging them because you feel, oh, I like that guy. So it feels like I'm always on the sort of keeping people just at arm's length. I didn't want to get too friendly because it feels like if I do get too friendly, then I can't challenge them. I can't challenge what they say, and it's like, and Spec, he's just I didn't know, man. I didn't know. It's just like as soon as I went in the chat and I seen uh, all the moderators were all the usuals, man. You know who the usuals are. I don't know. You have to even say their names. The
Yep.
names that they all had spanners, and I just thought this is like a mixture of the potatoes and free chan.
It
It's
literally
like a
was,
mixture.
bro. Yeah, I came in there and said one thing, and everybody was getting on to me. And of course, I was timed out several times. And yeah, this is what happens when you give basically, a mall cop any kind of power at all. He's going to abuse it. So when they have spanners, it's just like YouTube or even, John Twatson that's listening right now. When they had spanners and they saw me, they would just tie me out or ban me. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, so if anybody doesn't see that, you have your one extreme where you have the Poncho complete echo chamber, then you go down the list and then you get Dell, which is somewhat open, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and then it just goes on from there. But
Did you
yeah,
watch Dell tonight?
oh, I can't. I was talking earlier. It literally it pains me like physically to listen to somebody so dogmatic and ignorant at the same time, and talking about logic and talking about reasoning, the Socratic method, and just literally throwing it in the dirt
Mm-hmm.
with flat Earth.
I thought
And
there were
I guess go ahead, man. Sorry.
no, no. I was just going to say I thought they were a wee bit hostile to the guest that came on again. That was polite, had decent questions, wanted to hang around to ask more questions, and they just kicked them again. It's like, and that they were almost pushing on the whole: is it a man? Is it a woman? Who cares? Who cares? That's ad hominem. It's what the person was bringing to the table that counted, and they just wanted to laugh over it. And I just thought it was a bit disrespectful. Like considering there was 200 people watching, Tim, man.
Yeah, I actually heard about that. His name is Brenda. I don't really particularly play the game of, what somebody feels like on a particular day or whatnot. But yeah, I totally agree that, information is really what it's about, and verifiable information. And that's what they should be seeking, such as me coming on to Dell's show and explaining Star Trails,
Mm-hmm.
wherein he should know this already with his year plus of research, and really, like I said before, I really want to go and teach a random 10-year-old star trails, how latitude and longitude work, and literally make a video, are flat earthers smarter than a 10-year-old?
Mm-hmm.
Because at this point it literally is this is a concept that should be established pretty easily. Not only that, it should be established in a manner that comports with what we are being told about our reality.
Well,
So
that's
you can kind of go ahead.
Well, that's what I was thinking. That it's not about us against the flat earthers and the globe against the. It's starting to go beyond that, Tim. With me now, it's like dishonesty. It's like blatant dishonesty, and you can see it. And if we can call it out, if we can see it, why not call it out? Like I don't see, Ken. It's like I don't see the bad in that. Like us calling it out. Like even if it was even if it was flat and we were believing in the globe. But if they're still lying, it's still not wrong for us to call them out. It's like it's to me, it's more about dishonesty than arguing with the shape. Now, I'm just seeing people that are ignoring obvious evidence that's brought before them, turning their face away, and to me, that's just plain ignorance, and it's frustrating. And this is why I'm still here. It's like, are people this fucking ignorant?
Well, what it is it's a confirmation bias that they personally have made their subjective truth in their world. So to them, most of them are true believers. And those people I never really have much problem with, because
Mm-hmm.
people believe all kinds of crazy shit,
Aye.
Scientology, all this kind of stuff, whatever. But when they mix it in with truth, supposed truth, and the government being bad and all these different subjects, What they really have done is muddied the waters on anything that could have been legitimate. Because what you're going to do is you're going to try, if people are really looking to, quote unquote, wake people up, the last thing you want to do is put them in the position to watch something like Beyond the Imaginary Curve Dell, mantra hour
Hmm. Hmm.
or rhetoric hour. This is why I think self-destruct mode just went off in flat Earth when you have people like Eric Dubay and others, the Potato Squad and stuff, coming over to Dell and putting him on a pedestal when really they shouldn't if they're really trying to spread truth because his arguments are weak at best.
Hmm. And Jeremy showed it in his video, that really Dell just has too strong. Well, he sees it as strong. We see it as weak, but two arguments really. The fact that water doesn't conform to a shape, and the fact that when you look, it's flat. It's just like everywhere you look, it's flat. I think that's his
And
two main arguments.
yeah, and that's why I think it's funny that people think that I have, a teleprompter. Like Morgile made a video saying that I have a teleprompter
Hmm.
or an earpiece when I go on to face such a worthy opponent such as Dell. First of all, guys, if you don't know Tim Osmond by now, I have been debating this issue for basically 2 years now. I know all of their arguments and I know all of the counter arguments.
The thing is, even
So,
if you started this debate as a bad debater, you've been in it so long that you've honed your skill now. It's like you don't need a telecaster. It's like it just comes naturally now because you've done it for so long. It's like,
but yes, and I agree. But the thing is I would be the first to admit if anybody asked me, I would tell them exactly this. I would say, you know what, I was in Jed's chat and Dell showed up and he invited me on. I had about 20 minutes to get some questions down that I thought were relevant to the situation and his arguments.
mhm,
And so that's what I brought to the table is my counter arguments to the arguments that I've already heard him say. So in a proper debate, it's not exactly a conspiracy when somebody, writes jots a few things down, some notes,
mhm.
so that he can have solid arguments. If you want a debate that has less solid arguments with people just going willy nilly, then that's fine.
Mhm.
But that's not me. I will be prepared when I come and talk to somebody. And
Well, you've
really,
obviously
right
listened to his
now,
arguments. You've thought to yourself, well, how am I going to answer this argument? You've had your own debate in your mind, and you've wrote down your question, how you're going to. Because that's what I do. Like, if you're going to argue with something, you're usually an argument ahead. It's like my boss. Like my boss, and sometimes I know his reply, so I've got my counter reply, and it's like you know what they're going to say, so you've got the counter, and it's like you can build up an argument in your mind, and then if you write it down, um, good for you because that's proper debating. Can what's the point in writing something down then later on forgetting how you worded it when you worded it so well before? Like you didn't want to get that one opportunity. You knew going on Dell's show that could be your only fucking opportunity, and you weren't going to fuck her up. So obviously you're going to write
exactly,
it down, man. You're going to write it down and say it to the T, so you could get it through to everyone on the
exactly,
panel as well. You weren't going to fuck that up. So obviously you would write down your question. I would write down my question on any show I would go on to ask a question. I would write it down. It's like just like if I'm going to order a Chinese, I'd write down what I'm going to order again before I phone it up.
exactly. It's not to say that all of it was completely scripted and none of it was ad lib. A lot actually was.
Mm-hmm.
When because I couldn't possibly go in and write down all of his arguments, though he doesn't, have many. That it was a dynamic conversation. So no
It's
matter
not
how,
predictable though. You know what
yeah,
his
it
hangers
was,
every
dude.
week. You know exactly what it's going to be. It's going to be water conformity to a ball. Fucking, you know exactly what they're going to say. So there's nothing. It's not dynamic. It's not a dynamic hangout where something sporadic's going to suddenly pop out and you're going to be shit. I'm put on the spot here. I don't know how to deal with this. There's no danger that it happen in Dells. You know exactly what's coming at you.
Yeah, and it's really a testament to his listeners, truthfully, that come week after week to listen to the same rhetoric, the same arguments,
Mm-hmm.
the same hatred, the same vitriol, and the same nonsense. His no stancery doesn't make any sense when you logically follow out his conclusion.
Well, he
Because
keeps saying proofs and belief. Again, we have
yes,
no beliefs, and where's the proof? Well, I've tried to stress this. They keep saying this, and I think this is part of the whole mind, the manipulation of the words. Like they keep saying proof, and it isn't proof for either side. It's just evidence to back a hypothesis. Two groups bring their evidence to back a hypothesis, and we'll see who's has got the best evidence, who's got the best, again, who's done the best tests and experiments, and we'll match them up. And that's it. There's no proof. If something could come up later on that changes these two arguments, or it can two different ideas, something else could come up. But at the moment, um, all the evidence kind of points to the globe, obviously. And to stand there and say you've not got beliefs, no beliefs at all. But when he stands there saying NASA's doing this, they're manipulating your minds, it's a Jesuit, it's this or that. Again, like Jeremy said in his videos, all this is beliefs. He's telling people, and not one of the folk, and these images are all fake and everything. He's got so many beliefs, and he's ramming them down people's throats. And at the same time, he's saying he's not got beliefs. It's like, well, I think he has got beliefs, but a lot of them are false because they're not backed by any evidence. They're false beliefs.
yeah, I tried to point that actually in one of my last videos that I just pulled up real quick. It says typical flat Earth beliefs. They do like to go around and say, "Oh, you have beliefs in the globe, and we have no beliefs. We just want to find the truth and blah blah blah." But I literally sat down and thought of about 15 to 20 of their beliefs that they can't actually justify in any way. So that by nature is an actual belief.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the religious people going and thinking that they're debunking scientism or things like this. When a flat earther that's a fundamentalist Christian is telling you that he debunked the spin of the earth because of two reference points on a Coriolis effect,
Mm-hmm.
just by reading the definition he debunked it. You shouldn't take it so seriously what he's saying. I mean, everybody has their biases and their belief, and that's totally fine. But when it comes to science, it for the most part, you are able to falsify or provide better theories. And that
Mm-hmm.
brings up another point where these people are running around saying that the Big Bang cosmology is what we're taught and it's reality, and that's what everybody thinks and whatever. It doesn't matter what everybody thinks. The theory of evolution and the theory of the Big Bang are just that. These are
Yeah.
explanations that are very good scientific explanations based on mathematical extrapolations, which is fine,
Mm-hmm.
but it's the best thing we can do without looking at a book and saying God did it.
By the way, we have Stargods. Yes. Good to see you, sir.
Thanks.
How you doing?
Pretty good. Not bad. I'd feel better if I won the lottery, but other than that,
Have you been catching up with any of the flat Earth drama lately, like Mark Sargent last night?
I think I saw his was that with Patricia?
No, that was with Spectacles, a guy called Spectacles.
Oh no, I didn't see that one.
Nah,
No, no.
it's pretty interesting. A few guests came on the panel sort of later on, but it was just weird. That's what I wanted to go back to, Tim. Sorry, but it was this Lee Bracken character. Who is this guy?
He's basically what happened with me and him at the very beginning. I'll try to make this as short as I can. I received a message from him saying that there's going to be legal consequences for my actions against the Potato Squad, Patricia Steer, basically, and so very dumb of him to do, but he put some other guy's website down, right? So I called the guy, and he was like this psychology guy that had some uh, anti-troll, anti-like defamation kind of place that he just knew of Lee Bracken, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So he was using this dude's company and his whole construct that he had made, and trying to say that I would just scare me. He was using scare tactics, right? So this guy created a bunch of drama with Robert Pisano. and I'm muting you,
Every
Jamie.
fucking
And
time.
and many people, you know, even the Mark Sargent dude that they did some Friday show. God, I bet Stargods knows, but you know, he created all this drama and this crazy stuff. And Robert Bassano basically had a lot of beef with him because he came out and had some private Skype conversations that the dude recorded. So he published them, and Robert Bassano was, you know, flat Earth or whatever, and fell off the face of the map after that. And then the guy shows up dead. Uh, I'd say probably within 3 months, maybe or so. And supposedly, I mean, the dude
Was
looks pretty
is he dead
healthy.
though? Did you know for a fact
Yes,
the guy's dead?
I can't say that I know for a fact, but I did call the. Funny
How
enough, I
did the
did call the.
information that he died get out to the YouTube? Came was there a video that came and went R.I.P. Lee Bracken?
He made a lot of enemies in the conspiracy world. A lot of people disliked him, and it was the, you know, the memorial. He was Jewish, so they have a private cemetery where you can't like ask any questions really. But so
So what?
yeah,
So,
so I mean,
so what
I'm
was
pretty
Mark
sure he died.
Sargent's beef with the guy?
Like I said, the guy was just Jeff Stewart. I mean, it just literally go around creating a bunch of drama for needlessly, basically.
Hmm. I
And
just
yeah, I
thought
mean,
that,
if you remember when Mark was talking about him, he was like, I mean, he even said it last night, like you said. He said this in Patricia Steer's show when they found out about it, and he was like, oh, you know, if you knew the guy, you know, just completely, you
I
know,
thought
I
that was
mean,
quite
if
heartless to say like,
yeah,
ha ha ha, karma will catch you. And I thought that's kind of
that's
is
the
that what
funny
they're
thing
going to
is
do?
that
If I get hit by a bus tomorrow, is Patricia Steer and Nathan Oakley going to be having a party saying karma? And it's like, fucking, is this what they really think? What do you think about Stargods? Do you think these people are just psychos? Have you heard about this Lee Bracken and his death? And
Well, I haven't heard of that, but that sounds pretty serious. But yeah, they're all kind of funny, crazy wackos. All the potatoes. It's like it's like a fraternity or something.
I think it could be organized. It's not organic. This isn't organic, especially when you
No,
look at the this conventions and the people that are in it, and it's just
yeah,
it seems like it's organized media.
it goes by you know, step by step by step. You know, first we have this, and then we have the induction. Now this, all of a sudden, that basketball player guy. I believe in the flat Earth, and it's just leading up to the convention. And I think they'll probably maybe establish a new leader of the flat Earth, right? That'll emerge from the convention, and then he'll be kind of like the flat Earth Antichrist. And then Mark and Patricia will get right in there, eh? And
Are you
start.
tempted to go?
No, I'd be a fish out of water. Mark wanted me to go. Like, I'm going, like, you don't even comment. And now you're asking me to go. And like, so I told him, like, I go be a fish out of water, you know.
So
Don't
what's your
really.
is your belief?
Mhm.
Are you still a flat earther, Stargods?
I believe in the flat Earth, but it's based on assumptions that I can't prove.
Mm-hmm.
And then you keep racking up my theories.
No, like I said, like I respect flat earthers who believe it themselves. I don't respect people who push flat earth that know they know themselves. They're pushing. They're ignoring stuff. I don't like people that I think don't believe it and they're pushing it. I think you're not a flat earther, but you're pushing it. And certain people like yourself and Laurie Gale and people like that, I do believe they believe in the flat earth, and I can't argue with that. If they want to believe that, that's fair enough. But what I can argue with is people who I think are definitely ignoring certain evidences. They're smart people, quite a few of these people, Nathan Oakley. We know these people are smart. And when they're ignoring things like star rotations and that, it's just dishonesty, and it's annoying. It's just annoying.
I thought the moon would be a luminous orb, but in watching your stuff about the moon, I'm going, maybe not. You know, well, do you're going on about the shadows and stuff. I'm going, no, I guess I'm kind of out in left field with this one. But I thought for sure it was an orb, some kind of orb. But I don't know now.
I didn't know myself for 100%, so I had to do my own observations to. I've watched so many videos, Richard. I've just got so tired of just listening to everybody telling me what it is, and I just thought I'll spend a week, maybe 2 weeks, looking at the moon, its behavior, maybe try and contact someone in a different location in the world, compare it, and see what happens. See if you can match it on a flat Earth. Like, I would have been over the moon. Like I would have been the biggest thing in flat Earth if I showed everyone, look, guys, this is the moon phases, and this is how it works on the flat Earth. I would have been the next best thing. But unfortunately, what I'd gathered, it matched everything to a curve, and it's just one of these things. I can't deny it. I can't hide it just to can keep people happy, sort of thing.
Oh, what bugs me is because like I'm with you on this show, and then Tim Osmond. Now everybody's going to get their pitchforks and torches. They're going to come after me now. You're not part of the plot.
They already were after you with the torches. you were already classed in this group anyway, without you even knowing it.
Oh, I mean, well, you can't kind of believe what you it seems like you got to belong to some kind of group that has religious overtones.
Mm-hmm.
You know? If you say anything against the flat Earth, it's like blasphemy. Well, hey.
You've got a deep understanding of religion. What was it? Were you a Mormon or something before? What was it you were involved with?
Okay, well, make a list of all the religions and put them in a hat and pull one out, and I was there. I got kicked out of so many churches because I asked questions, eh? Oh, you talk to the pastor. You don't talk to me. I'm here for the entertainment. I like the music. Oh, well, then you talk to the pastor, and then one pastor actually told me, he said, well, everything I'm preaching here is just all BS. I'm in it for my pension. I'm going,
well, you obviously you can recognize it if you've been preached to all your life by all these different churches. When you come into the flat Earth to get away from that, you're thinking you're getting away, you're getting some alternative views, and then you hear the same stuff. And you're, oh my God, I'm getting preached to here.
I'm seeing the same thing. You don't question. And I remember where Patricia would always say, some guy would ask a question to Patricia, and he'd say, don't ask me, ask Mark. We have the Q&A session. Oh, I am not worthy. And that's all Mark does, is he has his 10 commandments, and then he was a game designer, and like, why would professional people and astrophysicists talk to him even? I mean, why would they debate him? Then he says, oh, they're scared.
Well, he was sitting there last night feeling really proud of himself that there's no silver bullet for the flat Earth, and he's almost locked in a time, like a time zone. Like, he's stuck in 2015. I think he doesn't realize that everyone within his community or whether is now questioning seriously, and he's still stuck thinking everyone's thinking the same that they were in 2015-16. I think the flat earthers took a big dive downwards lately, and he's acting like it's the same.
Well, that's why part of the reason why I think that he's a PR monkey, a public relations kind of person, because they do kind of give the mentality to the viewers that, it's growing, and now a basketball player and all this nonsense. When really they're really like blowing up something that is really not that big, but the people that are in it think it's just like revolutionary.
We've got Jamie in the house now. How you doing, Jamie?
Can I just do my check, Jed?
Pardon? I can hear you, man.
Can you hear me all right?
A wee bit. You're breaking up just a wee bit.
Yeah, I've had problems during this hangout. I don't know what it is.
What happened to your last channel? The J39 one?
Yeah.
What happened to it?
I deleted it.
You're on a good roll. You're making some really good videos, and then boom, it just disappeared.
Yep. Well, I got onto him about it earlier, but Jed, have no fear. The guy's here to put out more good information. And though he might delete his account again, I will have it backed up on a Jamie fake spaceman in space account. So no worries, we're good.
It's like I take it you started at J1 and this is now your 40th channel. J40.
Not quite.
You're producing some really good stuff to get people thinking and talking. I didn't necessarily agree with everything you're putting out, but some really good talking points you were putting out, man.
Yeah, just like the Rob Skiba stuff, but you know, it just goes over everyone's head. They just, you know, they just mirror it. There's just thousands, just you know, just say it's awesome. And it's like you just try and point out, well, he debunks himself in his own video, but it's like, what's the point, you know?
Did you get a bit frustrated with it all lately?
Frustrated with it, don't you? No, I can see it, and everyone gets frustrated when you're just trying to point out simple stuff to people just to help them. That's why I did the hangout earlier, because this guy is completely paranoid because I've got no videos on my channel. So I've said, okay, that's it. I'm going to do the hangout, and just to show him and every paid agents and shills and trolls, and it's just other people making comments. That's it. So if you're questioning everything, and then people want to question what you're saying, but you automatically get labelled, you know, and I've done it myself. We've all done it. My point is just trying to point out to people this stuff that I've learned myself. Just
Jamie, can you kind of highlight your startings in the flat Earth and like when you began and your account and stuff like that?
Oh, you don't really want the history, do you?
I do, man.
Well,
I'll just go through it real quick. Just your history.
You were the first guy I seen Nathan Oakley interview.
Yeah, I don't stand by it. It's really funny. I don't stand by any of that stuff I said now. But Nathan literally wants to cling to that just because I was on there saying that stuff. But I don't stand by that anymore. That's not what.
Well, that's kind of the point of me asking you to talk about it, Jamie, because you know, there's this kind of perception. Hold on, there's this perception in flat Earth where, you know, once you go flat, you never go back. But you know what? You were a flat earther before any of these idiots. First of all, and you came on to Nathan Oakley's and you know pitched your beliefs, and now you can say, you know, I was gullible just like everybody on the panel, except Rich to a certain extent. Like there's a certain amount of gullibility that people can learn from your story. So go ahead, bro.
Yeah, like Spaceman, but my channel before that, the original one was Fake Clouds in the Sky. That was my original channel. But yeah, leading to that point you were just talking about, Tim, I would just say this to people, that you see how easy it is to basically what happened when I kind of it's only when people start saying to you, well, what about the Southern Pole Star Trail? What about this? What? And then you realise that you've just fallen into this belief, and you haven't even looked at any of this evidence or information or questions. So, but then you're so far already into it that when these people just come to you say, hey, listen, you know, have you seen this? Do you understand that? You automatically go, oh, you're a troll, you're a shill, you're trying to hide the truth. You know, you're working for them trying to hide the truth. Yeah, you just get totally paranoid. And on the other side, I'm doing the same thing, just trying to point this stuff out to people. But basically, yeah, you realise that you fall into this belief, but you haven't even asked any of these questions. And once these questions get asked, and then there's like a realization that you've something, believed in something, and haven't even looked at any of the evidence. And we've all done it. But now, you know, what do you do? What do you do? Do you take it on the chin and say, okay, and I'll accept the evidence you have, or do you just carry on? Just, I don't know, fooling yourself. Really, it's not about fooling other people. You're just fooling yourself.
Jamie, did you feel a bit embarrassed? Because I did. That I didn't know things like the southern star rotations until I got into flat Earth. I was kicking myself. I was like, how did I not know? In Australia, the stars go clockwise, and the stars go anti-clockwise and another. I felt so stupid. I felt silly. I did. I was like, and maybe because I felt silly, I was trying to ignore it. I was like, nah.
Yeah.
Maybe it is just lights in the sky.
You literally bury your head in the sand.
Mhm.
That's what people are doing. They just bury their head in the sand and they're in complete denial. No,
You
I've
shouldn't be
done it.
ashamed to
I
be
did
wrong.
it. I totally did it. So I understand what these people are going through, but it's interesting to be on the other side, just making comments and trying to help people, and I'm getting the same response that I used to do to other people. Well, on the hangout earlier, I went to check because I was talking to this guy. He made this video, and I said, "Look, I think you've made some mistakes here." And we went back and forth, and then I just went to check that video today, and it's gone. He's took the video down.
Well, at least
Yeah.
they done that.
What? Yeah, maybe. Well, I don't know the reason. I'm not saying it was because of me, but it possibly could have been that he realised that I was just pointing out something. So for me, it's just to help other people. I don't care if you want to be into conspiracies. If you want to be into all that stuff, great. But at least go with the correct information. Otherwise, you're just going to look really, really stupid.
Definitely, and that's why it's good to come out and say you're wrong, because then when you do look back, you didn't feel it or look as stupid because you corrected yourself. To just keep it carrying on and on and on, then you will look like a total fool.
Well, I'll add this as well because about maybe a year and a half, I was into all that thing where you don't make money off the truth. Yeah, you just you don't have AdSense, you don't do the truth. And then after about a year and a half, this is my original channel. I was just curious what people are making from the AdSense. So I put it on my channel, and then I was getting I don't know, maybe I had about 2,500, 3,000 subscribers, and I was making that bill. That was it. It wasn't nothing much. It's like £60 a month, £100 a month, maybe on a good day. But the thing is, they get you in a catch-22. You have to keep making video content. For a week, your ad revenue starts to plummet. It starts to go down. You literally have, and I realised, I was like, man, they've got me in a catch-22 where I've got to keep pumping out videos just to keep the AdSense revenue up much. And so I stopped it. I just cancelled it all. I said, I'm not, it's not what I'm in. I'm telling, people should understand that even though these people aren't making much money, they are literally just putting out videos to keep that ad up, to keep it, because now they've got a few quid for some ads on your video. I mean, it's nothing, is it?
That's what I think Antonio's doing. He's just pumping it anything now.
Yeah,
like stuff that nothing to do with flat Earth. It's like, I can't even remember his last video, but it was like nothing to do with flat Earth. And I was thinking, why are you doing this? But he's got ads all the way through it.
Yeah, you have to, Ged. Honestly, I've done it. And as soon as you stop making content, the ad revenue drops. And you can look at all the analytics. You can look at all the charts and everything. It will start to drop. As soon as you put another video out again, you get a few more views. Vicious circle, and people, most of these people who have got the AdSense are putting out videos to keep that up, to keep it, and you'll just have to carry on doing it.
Right. This is a question for the whole panel then. Like, do you guys think that it's okay to charge for truth, like put adverts and stuff? Like, do you think the human mind thinks that if there's money attached to something, it's valuable? If it's free, if there's no ads, if it's like too good to be true, it must be just garbage. Do you think that it's just human instinct for people to think that it's the truth because there is money involved?
I have ads, but I don't even know how to cash what little is there. I'm technically challenged lately in my older years, but the thing about ads is if that's what you're in for, for the cash on the barrel type thing, and as a monkey, you got to keep performing. I mean, you got to just jump in and all over the place. So people don't want to offend anybody because, might unsubscribe, and we can't have that. I mean, interfere with our cash flow, consent or something. So that's a. I have these ads. I was thinking one day, well, why not? And then maybe it can pay for the computer, the hookup or something. But I'm not fit to burn $100 bills. I'm a big papa now. Because this is what you get from these egomaniacs that are out there online. I'm going to be somebody, mama. And basically, you're not. I mean, look at, I hate to bring Patricia up, but she thinks she's a movie star. I mean, she's some lady, older lady in an apartment somewhere, and she thinks she's famous. And like the population of America is what, 300 million or something, and she gets 2,000 hits. I'm going to the top, mama. It doesn't work. So, but I've been attacked for, well, truth should be free. You shouldn't have to pay for it. Nobody, you just click But I see people like Nathan Oakley. He got all these train tracks of advertising all the way through. And it's like,
Yeah.
how
I'd
many
like to make a
dozen?
distinction though about Rich and the difference between these other people. These other people are pitching truth. What Rich is selling is basically, if you look at it,
Brain
is his
food.
opinion.
Brain food, just to get
It's
you thinking.
it's his opinion. That's all it is. He
Yeah.
could care less if you believe it or not, or if you're going to go on the street to go evangelize it. So there's a huge distinction because I don't see Stargods putting out information saying that he's 100% accurate and changing people's axioms and paradigms at the drop of a hat just for the sake of conspiracy.
Mm-hmm.
So
Can I just add to what Tim just said? That is one thing I realised is I'm making these videos. That was my subjective reality at the time, but people are watching them, and that I have people today saying I made them believe the Earth was flat. Responsibility, like Tim said, it was just my opinions of stuff, and I was just, you don't realise, like, people wherever literally will just believe, and I didn't know.
Do you feel guilty?
I had no idea.
Do you feel guilty about that you actually convinced people the Earth was flat, and now that maybe you were
I do.
people lies? You feel a bit guilty, like
I've said this before. I've brought this up before in other hangouts, or if I did a hangout. I've said I don't, like I said, Ged, I've had people say to me, I made them believe the Earth was flat. I don't want that responsibility. Very subjective reality I didn't have any proof of. So to believe the Earth is flat because I made some videos on YouTube, it's just crazy. But yeah, I do feel guilty, but I don't mind. I don't mind saying. I've said to people, don't believe the Earth is flat. I've changed my opinion. Still go on about that show that I did on what was it, the Flat Earth, whatever you called it. It was like I literally did that to help him get started, right? But I don't believe anything I said in that anymore. Cling to it. They still want to cling to it. They still bring it up. It's ludicrous.
no, I don't think it's a good argument for anyone to bring up on the flat Earth side, because obviously, well,
I've said this before,
go
Tim. Hang on. I've said this before. Okay, if you take the video down, if you don't take the video down, and then when people come to me about flat Earth, I'll tell them, yeah, I don't believe that anymore, and then give reasons. If the video's not there, I won't bother. I probably wouldn't even bother. It's not flat. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Cool. So, well, at least you came out public. Sorry, Jay. What was that?
We've all changed our minds.
We've all
changed our minds.
I've definitely changed my mind. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm still here, because I'm still willing to look at their arguments. I'm still enjoying presenting my evidence, and I'm still waiting for their evidence, and I'm waiting to counteract that. It's like I'm waiting. It's a challenge in a way. It's a challenge for the mind. It's good.
Yeah, I agree, Ged. I'm watching these videos, and I'm sometimes, like Tim's brought this up before, like for a minute or so, they like get you like back in, and you're like, and then hang on a second, no, and I'm still like sharpening those tools to combat stuff with Dell on the streets. Like if you got caught by Dell on the streets like a year ago, it'd probably like ban. Whereas now, you know, if he came up to you in the street now, you'd probably just destroy him.
Definitely. Definitely.
Videos, but it's
takes an honest
tiresome now.
man to turn back and say, "Oh, like I no longer believe this." That's a man who's growing and learning. Is not freeze-framing into some kind of religion or something, you know.
Well, that's the thing too, is that Jamie also has justification for his, you know, if you want to call it a belief, that he believes that he is on a globe, but he has more justification, and he came from the side, like me, Jed, and Jamie, that was looking into the flat Earth and thinking it could have, you know, credence. But yeah, it takes. I mean, these are examples of people that, you know, went flat pretty much and did go back. And, you know, these people obviously know all the arguments like I do. And so if any flat earther wants to ever have a chat with me, I wouldn't mind if they're open-minded enough. I'd love to and show them evidence for the sphere.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it is important for maybe me and Jed or some people to put a good hour or so of information out, because they do have a point in saying that there's not much information that they could get in one sitting from, I don't know. I mean, everybody is kind of vitriolic in their videos towards flat earthers, and, you know, you're an idiot and all this kind of stuff. So if you just sat down and said, hey, you know, here's the justification for why we believe that it's a sphere, and here's the evidence, I think that it sets it in a different manner, instead of saying, you know, where's the proof? Where's the proof?
Definitely,
No, we have evidence.
You put it perfectly. You did, because there is that still an agreement we can all come to, but it's how we speak to each other and the words that we use. Like you said, proof, and proof. It's one of these words. I think it was this 200 proofs that Eric Dubé got the proofs. Now everybody says, I want to see a proof. And it's like this word proof, it's been abused.
Let's be honest. The only proof that a flat earther will ever have for the globe, and really all of us here, is for us to, you know, travel to the moon, basically, and be able to look back and see that the Earth is a sphere. And I said it earlier, it's like, you know, some of these flat earthers would then argue that they have convex lens for eyes, so they just say, you know, it's the flat Earth that's, you know, shifting. So it's just
but that's a good thing. We're all willing to change, and that's the most important thing. That's why we're here. That's why we're alive. Really, that's what makes us human, to learn and change and adapt. Just adapt to our environment and survive it successfully.
Yeah.
Because you won't survive successfully in any kind of community or society by just lying to people, because you'll get found out eventually.
Oh yeah. Exposed. They're being exposed on a daily basis.
If somebody wants to believe in the flat Earth, why do they have to be on trial? Why can't people just believe what they believe, instead of having to, you know, turn into some kind of superhero to defend their beliefs like they're on trial or something? I mean,
yeah, well, they put all the globe believers, so to speak, on similar trial. And it's really become even more so about, you know, poking holes in the supposed heliocentric model, or it's never really about them taking the stance of flat Earth anymore.
And but we're now known as the conditioners. They're just conditioning your mind. They're cultists. They're the scum of the earth. I've heard Dale calling us the scum of the earth. And I've
criminals.
People who believe in the globe, the scum of the earth, and I've heard much more hate towards people who are trying to say, "Hey guys, I think you're making a mistake," than can. Even atheist Rex and guys like that, they're obviously like trolley type characters, but they're still polite and they're not as abusive and aggressive as some of these flat earthers. Like even Martin on Mark Sargent's last night. Martin, man, he's a freak. The guy is a freak.
Well, Patty has said that I am just he detests me. You know, I had tears on my pillow that night. And I don't care what people think about me. I'm just some guy just nattering away because he's got too much time. I'm semi-retired. I got nothing else to do. I don't have no dog in the race. Repent, or
Stargods, this is probably the question that everybody wants to know. Did you ever have a crush on Patricia?
I don't find her attractive.
Oh,
All these guys.
Mel, you might. What if you're stranded on an island together and that's always you had?
Well, if I was on an island taking steroids, maybe. But I mean, I'm not one of these cartoons with my heart's got like some of these guys.
There's definitely something about her because she wouldn't have this effect on so many men. Like there is something about her. I can see it as well.
There is. It's Botox.
Mm-hmm. There's something about her Botox.
go to her Facebook, and all these undersexed guys are like panting. They're like 20, 23, and oh boy, I'm going to leave my girlfriend and chase you, honey. You're 53. You're a mama. You know, like,
I'm not familiar with the whole Facebook scene. I heard Nathan Oakley talking about it, but is it like a different community? Is it the same arguments and have they got the same trolls fighting them, or is it like is it just like YouTube transferred to Facebook, or is it like a different community going on in Facebook? I've never looked at the Flat Earth Facebook stuff.
Well, you just tell Patricia how beautiful she is, and then she always has that winky smile face. You know, thank you. You know, but. And then if you don't, you're deleted. So, you know. She's like the deletion queen, but she's been coming out more. She doesn't think for herself. She goes by what Mark says. Mark says, I heard him correct her on shows. No, don't go there. It's negative. She's a child or something, you know. So Mark doesn't want to say anything, so she doesn't say anything, you know. Mm-hmm. He's just the queen of delete.
I think Tim Osmond fancied her for a while. That's why he was trolling her.
It was pretty trolly, but you know what? If it happened, it would have happened. It would have, yeah.
Well,
I wouldn't want to fuck with her scoliosis, though.
Tim is jealous. Tim is jealous. I'm jealous.
Yeah.
I saw when Nathan Oakley's talking to her on a show, saying that how I was madly in love with her, and that now I've been jolted, and now I'm bitter, and I'm out for revenge, and we'll have a duel at dawn. You know, like, where does it get this stuff from?
So what do you make of the whole Antonio thing? Did you think that was ever really a relationship, or do you think the whole thing was just a big PR thing?
Well, you know, like he got, how do I put this politely? POTS, vagina fever. Then, I mean, there she is. She's like, oh, wow, you know, she's so hot. Then he's moving in with him, eh? So he got cut out. I've been through that. I had a girlfriend. It was just based on different things, and I was literally hypnotized. I mean, we were going to get married, and she found some guy on a Saturday night, and I was toast. He fell into it, but then he woke up, because I've been talking about psychopathy a lot. He started noticing things about her, and he felt really, you know, I'm surprised. I really give it to the guy for coming out with it, and instead of just, you know, drinking back. He really called her out for, you know, what she used. But, so, you know, guys get into that trance, that under-sex trance, and then they just worship them. And this is how she keeps all these guys online. But, like, you got guys like 23, like, they're, you know, I have her. And that's where I don't belong in this world, because I see these people as like lunatics.
Well, she's got something that I think it's maybe it's a whole mouth thing, or it's the body language, maybe the hand with the hair, and it's all these tiny.
Body language.
They're all subtle sort of things, but it's things that make men more like attracted. She almost seems trained in this shit.
She is
Hold on, Rich.
trained.
Hold on, Rich. I just want to say real quick, Rich. We're probably gonna have a chat for like probably 2 hours. So literally, whenever you want, just say, "Hey, I'm ahead now," whatever. But yeah, Rich actually had some videos and some great observations of her, how she flicks her hair, and
Yeah.
what else did you point out, Rich?
Oh, the way she squirms, you know. And some woman commented like, "What are you sitting on a dildo or something?" And she's all, the way she goes like this, and she, you know, and she's, you know, and she really, you know, and there's Mark sitting there, and she's good doggy, good doggy.
Watched one of the last shows. I can't remember which one it was. She literally right at the end of it, it's just like that with her head in her hand. She goes, "It's a war against the globe." It's like, yeah, she knows exactly what she's doing. She
does.
you know, when we would, she would use her show to literally talk through the camera, knowing that we were in, you know, to get a message across. Just, yeah. What do you call it?
You're breaking up a wee bit, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Back in, good.
Cool. It's
Cool.
Jed, by the way, no Ged. But like I can see. I'm no an idiot. I can see the appeal in her for other men, but you can see through it eventually. It's like she's a nice face at first because there's so many. I don't know. There's aesthetically unpleasing people in flat earth, should I say. I don't know how to put it. I don't know how to be harsh. But it was nice to see a nice smile, and when I first seen her I thought, fair enough, this could be nice. But then like the piss drinking, the Antonio antics, and just everything that goes with her, and the cats and the veganism, and just the Jezebel. Like, I don't know, I'm not a Christian, but when you hear about this Jezebel spirit, you just think, if there's anybody that encapsulates the Jezebel spirit, she's got the red hair, everything.
And look at Orphan Red. I mean, that's all pedophilia. I mean, that's just like, hey guys, you got this fantasy, come on down.
And you can't lie. There's obviously things that appeal to guys about her. Like, you can't deny it. You look at these people in flat Earth, and now and again, like, but what she's putting out is not. It's not. It doesn't do.
Ged, can I just do a mic check? If it's no good, I'll just drop out.
You sound perfect, mate.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, just quickly, what you're talking about. I don't think Orphan Red and that was run by groups of people, because I've had comments where it comes back from like a third party, her speaking, and her videos were too slick from the very beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you notice on Morgiles, his videos, like the early ones, they had like credits at the end. Like, he had the whole list of people he was thanking. It's like, well, I don't have anyone to thank for my videos. It's just me. I honestly do think you'll get comments, and it comes back from like a third person point of view. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So these aren't. Yeah, go on.
I think you're right. These aren't genuine people. Like you said, see, our first videos, they were slick. It's not just some girl sitting in a bedroom making these videos. Like, the way they were edited, the way like certain things happened in it, that you have to go to like design classes, like video editing classes, to learn these skills. It's just not something. It seems PR-y, definitely.
Yeah, you're spot on. You're spot on, Ged. Spot on. The first thing I actually noticed straight away with her very first video, it's just like, if you look back, it's like, man, this is too slick. Like, my videos weren't like that. I got a little bit better, but not They've always just been phone or just whatever. Just they're just too professional.
Mm-hmm. What do you think, Tim? Do you think she's part of a PR group or something like that, selling sex,
Yeah.
flat Earth? Is
Yeah,
it
I think
sex?
Mark.
Do you think she's selling? It is sex because sex sells. Sex and violence.
Yeah. I'll actually. I'm gonna upload my the first flat Earth and other psyop potatoes. I think we go through some of the comments that were made when they first were chatting with each other. Like he was pretty much like, "You're gonna be a star, baby," and she's, they were already making jokes like we're shills and we're not CIA agents, or just this weird awkward stuff that they do continuously that people just eat up. But yeah,
I had Orphan Red sending me messages telling me to make a video about these comments. She was exchanging a conversation with Patricia Steer, and it was something to do with when David Quintana took that scene out of, I think it was Clockwork Orange. It was a rape scene, and I think he put like Patricia Steer's head on, like he done something stupid, and but it was getting passed around as this rape thing. And
yes, it got blown out of proportion.
Definitely.
People, unfortunately, like Barbie McGill and Jeff Stewart and stuff. Jeff had a live show, and basically they completely misinterpreted that whole Skype conversation. I actually have those screenshots.
So have I, because Orphan sent
Yeah.
them directly, and I was like, well, what do you want me to do with them? And I don't know what. She's like,
it was taken out of context. They were talking about the video, and people were saying that it was Mark Sargent setting up a sex scene and he raped someone or something. I mean, it was just totally taken out of context.
It was like it wasn't. I could see Orphan Red was part of that. She was trying to mix. She was trying to stir all that up. She was trying to create something there. And I just never.
Yeah. She had the idea to. She's even said it, to do that. The whole stunt that they did, and I was talking earlier. Mark came out a few, like I guess the show before it came out supposedly, and said, oh, hopefully that sex tape doesn't come out, and just made all these stupid hints towards it. And then basically, he knew that people watched his liked videos, so he liked that video that was unlisted, and it was quote unquote leaked to the community. So it was a total stunt. And like I said earlier, these people were caught and are admitted basically hoaxing these people. So I wouldn't put it past them that they don't even believe any of this stuff.
Mm-hmm. Now that's
talking about when it's what? No, sorry, go on.
No, on you go, Jimmy.
No, I was just going to say, why are they still here 2017 saying it's going to go mainstream? It went mainstream last year. They had Neil deGrasse Tyson,
Bob.
they had the Bob the Rapper, Tila Tequila. Like they literally, what's his name, with a book, Leonardo DiCaprio.
Even the president saying
every one of those. Yeah, oh no, that's nothing to do with Flat Earth. Those comments are taken totally out of context. They just want to get a point across. If it's about global warming or whatever, they just say, "Oh, we haven't got time for the flat earthers." It's just a way to get across.
I know, but it's still the word flat earth is coming out the president's mouth on a massive scale. It doesn't matter about the context. As soon as flat earthers hear flat earth coming out their mouth, it doesn't matter what he's saying. You'd be saying flat earthers could all be burned. They would say, "Look, it's true because he's saying we should all be burned." It's like if it's coming out his mouth, it's true, like to them. But he's against them and wants to try and enslave them, but he's got to tell them the truth. Like,
yeah, I guess maybe. Yeah.
Like it was mainstream because no one else said it before. No other presidents.
Can I just make this point, Gedge? Right, Mark Sargent. Every time he was like, "Oh, we need a celebrity," and one came out. No, what we need is an A-list celebrity. One came out. No, what we really need is a real, And every time he said that, it was like suddenly. So it to me, it all seems connected. Like,
do you think we need a celebrity? Is that stupid that even if you got George Clooney to come out and say it, people would be like, "Shut up."
Probably.
Do you think that's what it's come to? Like people, like even if the biggest names say that, like they'd be like, "Shut up!" Like the populace would still disagree with them.
even if NASA came out and said they faked the moon landing, most people wouldn't believe them.
Probably, maybe.
Good point.
They wouldn't.
That's one to think about.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. It's just crazy, man.
That is crazy. Did you see anyone see the Nathan Oakley hangout thing he had with that Robbie Davidson, the guy this Robbie Davidson? Where did he come?
Yeah.
What woodwork did he wriggle at? Because I've been in this a while and I've never seen this dude.
Celebrate Truth.
Aye, Celebrate
He's
Truth.
one of the dudes behind the. Yeah, he's one of the ones behind the conference. They're just all weird, fundamental, fanatical, religious,
Christians,
crazy
yeah.
people.
Yeah, and I would like to point out, I made that point earlier, Jed. I said I've been immersed in Flat Earth. I know all the top characters. I know all the arguments. But this guy here,
he's been around.
I haven't ever heard of him, dude. Ever. I'm sure he's made a couple Flat Earth videos.
And I recognize. I've got a memory for like character. Like I've watched all the little ones. I used to watch. Like John Cumby, I watched all of them. Even Anna Loves the Lord, to this Russian woman with a big mole on her face. I sat and watched her. It's like I was like just trying to get as many characters, and I know everyone. I know even the smallest ones. Like who's I forgot his name. I'm subscribed to him. The British guys, but he's got a funny song and all that, and he's only got like 50 subs or something. And I still watch him. Like, so
Flat Earth Taxi.
No.
Oh, I know who you mean. I know you mean. I can't think of his name now.
Oh, what's his name? He's not come out for a while, but I know all the characters. So when you see this kind of guy pop up, and he seemed like he's on crack, man, or speed. He was like, he was like Mark Sargent on steroids. The guy, he was just speaking non-stop.
He was one for me because all of a sudden, Jeranism and everyone was promoting him, and I was like, "Who's this on TV?" I went to his channel. He literally had one Flat Earth video. And all of a sudden, he was the king. He needs to be promoted and pushed out there. There's loads of people, small channels, got much more content than him. They're gone.
And he's going to the convention now. He's a superstar.
He's a legend.
Yeah,
Rich, get it right.
But they're good. They're good. They're talkers, Stargods. Yeah, they can. I mean, he can talk well. He's got that kind of confident. Rhetoric where you can stand up and a good what do you call it? Like radio. Liar.
They're like politicians.
But what is it? Yeah, like a good radio voice or whatever. You know what I mean?
He said in the Nathan Oakley hangout, he was 100 miles an hour. The guy, he was like blah blah blah. It was like, and if you don't like it, if you come to the conference, you don't like it, come and speak to us. Come and speak to us. And we'll and you know what? And like he didn't finish. He would never finish. Like I thought, well, if somebody didn't like it. And he did come with you, what? And then he started talking about something else. But he does it in a way that it's so fluid. You forget because he's on to the next subject and the next thing. You're like, man, this guy just. And he was actually sitting going like this. Like I was like, is this guy on something? Like, is this a guy? He was strange, and he just popped out of nowhere.
Look at Mark Sargent. He just popped in out of nowhere. I mean. Mm-hmm. I don't know why he always looks like he doesn't know where he is.
He's always got that. And
like somebody hit him with
it's
a
like
baseball
rubber.
bat.
It's like rubber. Like is ever grown facial hair? It just like so baby smooth. The guy. It's like he must wax his face or something.
Stargods. Do you remember the first Mark Sargent videos where he was like holding the globe?
Oh yeah, talked about subliminal.
Yeah, and he's just holding his globe. Like, yeah.
Oh, he did. I got after him for that. I just couldn't. That is so in your face, you know.
A lot of people got after him because he was holding the flat Earth frisbee there for a while too.
Yeah. Now he's got this round mic.
Yeah, the round mic. Yeah,
the ball. How uncomfortable a mic is that? Like, you sit there holding a ball like that. Like.
Yeah,
that reminds me of a movie. I can't think what it is though, but there's something. Yeah, it's just weird. But like
a futuristic movie.
If you watch his really first early interviews, like they would like ask him questions about the sun. He would just like make up some, and he'd just start laughing. You could tell that he didn't believe it from day one. He'd just start laughing, go, well, it's we're in a canary cage, or it's the whatever. It's just like, what?
Mm-hmm. He's so easy to brush everything away with his computer game standpoint. It's like everything's an illusion or a projection. Like that's possible because even scientists are talking about the holographic universe. Even mainstream science is talking about it. So, and then he just said he's good. He's slick. I've got to say, Mark Sargent's slick, but fucking he has to be stopped.
He got called out ages ago. He got called out right at the beginning. I can't remember the name of the channel. Somebody did a hangout with him, and it was about the flights, the southern flights that were all fake.
Mm-hmm.
And someone brought up, I can't remember the name of the channel, but he brought up the some flights on a different radar system and said, look, there's all these flights.
Mm-hmm.
And Mike was like, yeah, there does seem to be a lot of flights there. So, and then there was a whole thing. I think Tim knows, that if these southern flights were true, would that destroy flat Earth? And I think he said, yeah, it would. Something like that.
Well, do you know what, Jamie? We were saying this last week. That Bob on Globebusters on Sunday there admitted, he says that southern flights exist, and he said the star trails do go opposite directions. He said, sorry guys, I don't know how, but this is reality, that there is southern flights between continents and the star rotations. Was it not David Weiss that said that southern flights would destroy the flat Earth?
Yeah. Oh, David Weiss, yeah.
It was David Weiss, I think, that said that.
Yeah, they live streamed Flightget, that's right. That's why they said it's real.
Well, now they're calling him a shill.
Well, of course. Because he live streamed a flight that he took.
So, what do you really watch, Richard? Space Stargods. What do you really watch when it comes to the flat Earth nowadays?
Oh, well, I watch. Let me tell you. You tell them. Okay, I'll tell them. No, I just watch everything. The recommendations. What? I just watch the recommendations and stuff, and the people. Yours is like 4 hours. Like, I swear I'm never gonna watch a long one, but then with you're so intriguing. I end up watching like all 4 hours.
Oh, I can't believe you watched 4 hours there, man. Like, for watching 4 hours, like I couldn't watch 4 hours.
I don't believe it, but you have this intriguing way about you. So I'll sit there, and before you know it, 4 hours are up.
I'll take that as a compliment, man. Thanks.
Oh yeah,
that's what I say. I find people intriguing. That's actually, I find the smaller flat earthers more intriguing than the top brass. I think they've got more to offer, more to say.
They don't have the numbers. They don't have the subscriptions. Exactly. Because we are the ones, like, right? I listen to Patricia's show once in a while if it's not about, drinking your own urine or something, or fishing or whatever.
Do you ever listen to our books?
Listen to what?
Our books, when she reads a book.
Oh, she's trying to prove how intellectual she is, eh? And the hits are like way down. It's like, no, she's trying to pretend like, she's got brains, and she's like, 1984, I know all about it, I'm not dizzy. No.
Well, I've been.
Isn't that right, Mark?
I've been having this I've been having this back and forth with a fellow Scotsman called Dell, Beyond the Imaginary Curve. Have you watched any of this guy?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm not sure what to make of him. Who's that other guy? Poncho.
Poncho. Have you seen him? I wasn't even going to ask you because I thought you wouldn't even entertain that guy. But have you actually watched him?
Well, you talk about him, so I went and checked him out. And it's like, I hate to be the grocer who shortchanges him or something, because he goes supernova. He's a real thug.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
He and then I don't know. They don't have any real. I'd like to see like an ex or current astrophysicist talk about the flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
You know, not these these donkeys out there that just hee haw about everything.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you're right. I
And,
think.
and the whole belief system of flat Earth is based on YouTube. People don't really read; they don't really research, and and then if somebody says, "Well, what about this?" I'll hunt them down and kill them. You know,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
just
It's because you're breaking their paradigm. You're destroying their reality. And sometimes I feel like people like Martin, like by doing what I'm doing, could it be actually harmful? Could I be putting a dagger in? Could I be putting the noose around the guy's neck? Like you think to yourself, if flat Earth is debunked, like finally debunked, is there quite a few people on YouTube that are just going to go,
oh, sure. It's all rehashed information over and over and over again, and a lot of it, like Tim points out, isn't that accurate.
mm-hmm,
But it's just becomes the gospel truth, man-made doctrines, eh?
mm-hmm,
And everybody just wants to jump in the bandwagon, and then you got the lonely hearts, the Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club band out there that just want to, oh, you're a believer, oh. And it's fine, I guess, but that's what it is. It's a Lonely Hearts Club now, and then Mark. I mean, I don't know about Mark. He's just a weird little fish.
You still enjoy it though? Do you still enjoy this whole weird thing going on? Because I described it. I was speaking to a guy called Cathexis last night, and I described it. He says, so he almost tried to put words in my mouth like I was a flat earther. I says I was never a flat earther. It was almost like I knew flat earth was bad. It was like a drug. It was like it's like a drug you kept going back to. You knew it was bad, and you wouldn't recommend it or tell anybody you're doing it. In the real world, and it's like you just kept going back to it, and it was like one day you wake up and go, "What the hell, Ken? What have I done with my life?" Again, and it's like reality hits you, and you're like, it's no flat, it's no flat. I've just been, it's like it's been in a crack den with all these crackheads. Like, I didn't know, and it's like I was there, I was in the crack den, I was taking the crack, but I had to straighten myself up and get out and realize that, isn't it? Like reality isn't flat. Like it's not flat. It's just I can't deny what's there anymore. It's like, or I'm just being dishonest with myself, really.
I just want to know. That's all. If whatever the outcome is, wherever the chips fall, that's where I am. I mean, I'm not gonna.
I'm a recovering flat addict. I've got to say, I'm still having to take the methadone, like the substitute. Maybe this is my substitute because I'm not fully off flat earth. I'm still there's something intriguing about it. I don't know what keeps me pulling back, even if it's just to critique it. But still, there's something that I have got a place in my heart for flat earth, and I do hope one day maybe they will produce evidence. But I don't think that'll ever happen. Like
no, it's just something.
What do you see for the future, Stargods, for flat earth? What do you see? Do you see it getting bigger? Like we said, they've tried to push it in the mainstream, and it's not. Do you see it? Is it just downward, or do you see it?
No, I think the convention there will put on the map a bit. But if you have the media, mainstream media, get in on it and give them a little headline, then it's an operation for absolute sure.
Mm.
But if it's real and it's a grassroots movement and stuff, ones in power would crush it pretty good. I mean, you'd have scandals, you'd have all kinds of things, but just letting the door open for it. Right?
Well, yeah, I was talking to Rich earlier actually, in saying that anybody that goes against flat Earth, like pretty much everybody on the panel knows what these people are like in the comment section. Mm-hmm. So to have a mass of this many flat Earth sophism trolls, I couldn't miss. I literally can't miss it. I will be there. I will be square, and or I'll be sphere actually. But but yeah.
It just has the smell of an operation. Like I grew up in the 60s and 70s. I know all about Pointel Pro, and I know how they operate. I was involved with, fighting against the Vietnam War, even though I'm a Canadian. But I see these patterns, eh? And with the flat Earth, I see these hippie patterns, and I see the same operation with a different name. And people, they get their back up against the wall. Blasphemer! And so you can't really talk to people. But I see a really good book to read. I think it's called Weird Happenings in
Laurel Canyon.
Now that book really, it shows you how they created this music of the 60s, how they created the hip movement. And they're going to great lengths to go against the Vietnam protesters that were, I know, they were getting more and more violent, right? They calmed
It's culture
them down
creation.
with and they calmed them down with the music, and then the hippies, and then the backed up by the Jesus movement. Yeah, I got Jesus, man. You know, and seeing this whole, I'll just take a minute more here. I'd seen this whole thing repeat itself with Patricia turning it all into Hollywood, all about herself. See Mark keeping everybody dumbing down with the 10 Commandments. Not the 10 Commandments. The 10 clues, and he never gets past the 10 clues. He's always promoting this dumbing down churchology, and look at all the Masonic, in your face Masonic images that he put out. I mean, it's just like Tim had that thing where had a girl with a hand over her eye. It was so obvious, eh? And he's got the checkerboards and all this, and he's just like in your face. One last thing here I got to squeeze in is that, like I was telling Tim, there's a program, I forget what it's called, but it's a hypnotic program, mind adjustment program. I just call it the love bug, eh? Where Schwarzenegger had it, where you put it into a person, they love flat Earth. That's it. That's all they can think about. That's all they can breathe about. That's all they can dream about. That's all they can talk about. They're like a loaded gun. And so they become the filter that it has. They don't recognize the anger from people coming back at them. Just kind of laugh it off, and they don't understand. You'll get that same effect with Prozac. People in Prozac don't understand. There's some people really angry with me, you know. And so that's why Mark can just blow everything off. He doesn't get mad and angry, or it could be that, and underlying could be that. It's a possibility. Speculation, folks. Okay, nobody take it easy. And so I've seen that. And with Schwarzenegger, what clued me in was he was in a crowd, and he's going through the crowd like, you know, I'm the one. Then somebody threw an egg at him, and it's all over him. He didn't look up. He didn't look at. He just kept going.
I remember that.
He just kept. That's the programming. You see, you don't recognize. So this is where the stakes are going to come in, because if Mark is under this, then he's not going to get everything exactly together, and this filter, things will come out that aren't supposed to. So a lot of people just watch the show for incriminating evidence. Then
they're almost like they don't have feelings. Like same with Patricia, like you said, when if this was real, why hasn't Patricia shown any emotion like with this? And she just seems like she just walked through a door. Like it doesn't seem like she just came out of a turmoil relationship where she was engaged, and it just seems like an easy transition. And is that human? Like you said, Terminator, aren't they? They don't have feelings. They don't. They'll just keep going until they get what they want, sort of thing.
Do you really get the impression with all these potatoes they actually care about us?
No.
They are empathetic. Oh, Nathan, he's very empathetic. guy is he's a hissy snake. But I don't get the impression they care, and I don't get the impression that Mark cares. I mean, he just likes to talk. You know, I shouldn't complain. You know, does that love mind control? I've seen it in the '60s where they're just focused. They can't. Everything else is blotted out.
Uh-huh.
Well, I'm gonna fix your wagon, you jerk. Oh, hi, have a nice day.
And you're right, it's like patterns. You notice patterns, like even in the music industry, like with the hippie movement, and then you had the rave scene, and kind of all these different scenes, but they all seem to have been not organic. And it's not like, well, even if it was organic, even if they began organic, it's usually hijacked by something, and then it all comes into hippie. Like even the rave scene, even though it was different music from the hippies and all that, it was still all about love and like not caring and just having sex with anyone you want and taking drugs, and it was still that hedonism sort of.
Timothy, what's his name now? The LSD guy, Professor Timothy, says, "Well, drop out." You know, drop out. That was what it is. It's drop out. Get involved with the protesting Vietnam. Just drop out. We love, hey, we're you know, here we go. But it's all social engineering. It's working quite well in the flat Earth, but you know, you can't tell people because they get that alpha male thing. You know, how dare you? You know, and then with those people, you have to pull out some garlic and a cross. You know, it's the only way to get rid of them. Go on and on.
Is that who's that? Is that Timmy? Is that the person you shout at? Is it Timmy? Who's it you shout? Is it Bobby? Billy? That's it. It's Billy.
Billy, yeah.
Is that Billy?
I got to tell you, I had this woman comment. She said, "I'm going to report you to child services. You are a monster. Need to be dealt with."
Was that a flat earther?
I don't know. It's just somebody messaged me, and
I find that hilarious when you're shouting to Billy. I think your stuff's really good. Your videos are really good. Like to the point where I almost think, did you have any experience of like acting or anything like that? Like
no.
Because you're just so natural and you're funny.
Just real.
You're just so funny. No, because I've watched them. I've watched like Stargods. He's probably the oldest YouTube. I didn't mean by age. I mean his channel. Like when you go back on Stargods, God, he was doing stuff like 10 years ago, practically.
Oh, yeah.
There's not many channels I can go back so far, and you can watch Stargods actually go through his life and change it, and you can see the change. You can actually watch Stargods aging through his like videos. But that's just a testament to how dedicated you've been to the information you've been presenting, and what's it really gave back, really.
With Billy, I just woke up one day and I thought, hey, that'd be cool. Have a ventriloquist act without the dummy. You know? People can just imagine what he, you know.
That's brilliant.
And people started, you know, threatening me, take me to child services and all this, and you know, I always get accused of being tanked. Eh? Like, what have you been drinking? I don't even drink. You know, if I have a beer, I'm asleep at 8 o'clock. Okay, so I tell them I don't drink, but nobody believes me. But even if I was drunk, why would that make a difference?
See, when I watch your videos, I'm always amazed at your surroundings. Actually, like you must stay at the most amazing like place and have the most amazing I'm trying to figure out the dimensions of your house because I can see a window there and you have another video there. And I'm like, he's got a nice wee place on the beach and that there. He looks like he's done all right for himself.
It's a shack.
Right.
Whatever, dude.
Like, I'm in my garden and it looks like, is that his garden? What fucking, where's his house?
That looked fancy to you? It's just an old cottage. You know,
location, man.
It's nice. It's nice, man. Big massive windows. I wish I had windows that size.
They're cheap. They're not the two pane one. They're the one pane. So it gets so cold in here. Oh, but,
you stay right in the sea.
Oh yeah, maybe you can see. I'm revealing too much. You can see it. It's the ocean there, tides out.
Wow.
You see that?
Amazing.
Dude, that's awesome, man. Yeah.
I couldn't just walk down there and then fill my head with all these silly thoughts that I put on YouTube.
I'm always like, because I like your surroundings. Like when I watch certain people, like they're not really aware of like, because I think it still counts. Like when you see someone sitting there in a dark environment and it looks dingy and dark. It doesn't matter if they're telling the truth. Like sometimes you don't want to watch, but when I watch your stuff, you're always in a nice environment, and like when you see somebody's comfortable in their life, it's like they're not a troubled person. Like it looks like everything's in order and everything's getting. It looks like your life's in order, so you can kind of. But when you watch like just like Martin, and he's got like all these different pictures hanging up. They're all squint. There's tobacco.
His mom's in the corner watching him.
Aye,
You know.
His mother's wondering, Martin, when am I getting dinner? And it's like, oh my God, it's like, when are you going to feed me, Martin? It's like, oh my God, it's like, if anyone comes to the Flat Earth new and they come across like guys like that, it's like, oh, but like Stargods, like I said, you see, it looks, you've got a friendly approach here, you're no foul mouthed, and I enjoy watching your stuff, man. It's good.
Thanks. I was going to say, I like Validation Boy, but I wish he'd turn the light on.
True. He probably got a shine off that head he has. Probably like
Darth Vader look has to go. I mean,
he's in the potatoes now. He's took off. No. Yeah, he has. He's like even admit. Well, he never admitted it, but I put him on the spot. It says so. By making up with these people, have you got new opportunities? And he was like, yeah, I've been offered interviews. I was like, here we go. And this is what Validation Boy wanted. I think Validation was one of these flat earthers that was crying out, and they ignored them. So he went against them. And then once they accepted him, he was like, I've been accepted now. Now we can stop the attacks. It's like, I'm not like that. I'm not, even if Nathan Oakley said to me tomorrow, or Mark Sargent, or like, oh, Jed, we accept you now and we'll stop. Well, they don't do anything against me anyway, but just say that they says come into it and we'll pay you or whatever. I still wouldn't, because they don't represent what I think. I just like I'll never be sell out by these people. No way.
Because you're a man of integrity. These people don't have any moral compass. You know, exactly. Put out a sex video and then blame everybody for being so stupid.
They're morally bankrupt, man. They're morally bankrupt.
This is why I like you guys, because you guys are polite, you're smart, you can think, you can question. Instead of going around, I'm a potato.
I didn't care about Tim, like, I'm not sure about him. Timmy.
Sorry, I was in the chat.
Have you been looking at chat?
Yeah.
Who's all in there? Is it the usual suspects?
Oh yeah, usual suspects. I think we have attracted Jibby Jedi.
Oh, have you seen the Jibby Savile one? That's quite good.
You know that was me, dude.
Is that you?
Oh yeah, I had all those troll accounts that one night.
Your ones are usually a lot longer than that.
Yeah. Oh, there must be another one then. It was almost 100 characters long, that one.
But we have the usual suspects. There's 82 watching, guys. That's probably one of my biggest. 82 watching. That's probably one of my biggest views.
Yeah, people love Stargods, man.
Aye. Like I was surprised Pete Mars hadn't heard of him. I was like, "What? You're in Flat Earth, and you've not heard these Stargods? Come on, Stargods is a legend."
No, I only got 5,000 subscribers. I mean, not that I care, but I only got a small. Only got a small piece of the pie.
Well, that's why I'm not worried about when I see guys like that beyond the curve. When his subs go up and it's like reaching, I think it's went past 2,000 now. I'm thinking he's went past Martin Leakey now. But then when you think about the context, Nathan Oakley's 3,000 and he's so insignificant now. So it's not about the subs.
Look at his attitude. It's like, get off, you idiots,
Oh, there's something really disturbing about Nathan Oakley, and he's mentioned that a few times. But this gore stuff, he's into gore and psychopathy.
What's that?
He loves to go on about psychopathy all the time and gore, and he says, "Oh, I visited this real gore website, and I know how people get killed. They're tough. They're tough. It takes more than that, because I think they were talking about the executions on the TV, whether they were fake or not." Can the ISIS beheadings? They were talking about that, and they were saying, are they fake or not? And but Nathan Oakley says, yes, they are fake, because I've seen people get beheaded for real, and humans are tough. And if you go to this website, Ken, and it tells you the full website. And I went on to Martin's channel, and the website that Nathan Oakley was talking about, it's actually got a channel on YouTube as well. And Martin was subscribed to it. I was like, oh my God, is this what they're getting into now? Like watching people get killed and tortured. It's disturbing. Nathan Oakley's a disturbing character. I don't know about everybody else, but
psychopaths love to talk about how they're about their interest in psychopathy. Mm-hmm. They all do that. I've seen that over and over again.
Do you think it's like they're trying to understand themselves? It's like, I'll look into psychopathy, I'll try and understand myself.
They don't care about understanding themselves. They're just empty. They have machine hearts and machine minds. They're totally different kettle of fish. I couldn't say for sure if he is, but I get a lot of red flags with him. A lot of red flags. This is what we should be careful of, because this is really good fishing for them. The flat Earth, eh?
And do you think the split with Antonio, although I know we hated that duo, Antonio and Nathan, I was getting sick of the sight of them, but since they've broke up, there's been that void now. There's been a void there, and Nathan Oakley's not been able to fill it like with anybody else. Like, he's not been able to bring anyone like Antonio in to get that momentum. It seemed to have just went boom, like dropped, like dead.
I really give Antonio credit. He saw, at first it was like, fever, eh, for Patricia. Then he woke up, and then he didn't get all embarrassed about it. He really called her out and said, well, look, learn from what I went through. And that takes some integrity. I mean, I got to hand it to the guy. But I don't want to say too much, because if I say I like him, what?
So does that mean you believe the whole stories? And
But then again, it could all be a script. And you kind of got to go with your gut feeling, your detective.
Because if it's all a script, that means Antonio's not as integrated.
No. It kind of disturbed me with his red hoodie there for a while, but he got rid of it. He did get rid of it. I like to see the good in people, but some people don't deserve it. But he's okay. I mean,
did you feel sorry for him
at first?
Did you feel sorry for him a wee bit? Like when he was explaining the breakup and he was talking about the pictures and the cat and like all this stuff he was talking about, he was like, "You burned the fucking bread," and all this stuff. It was like, did you feel sorry for the guy? Were you starting to pity him?
No, because he was choked. I mean, he was really choked about that, and I thought, good. Because a lot of people aren't going to see it. They'll make excuses for it. Oh, she was just having a bad day. She had a headache that day when she stood in front of the burning stove, No, he came right out. I was really amazed. I give him credit. I like to give people even more. I like to give credit where credit is due. But, no, I thought he did pretty good in presenting it. Now everybody's alerted, Then I did one on from a professional standpoint, what I feel about the red flags that I get from her. So we're getting there to the real meat.
What do you think, Tim, about that whole thing with Antonio? I've never really spoke to you about it, have I? About that whole thing.
Well,
No,
of course, I had to be on the panel, so I was there listening to it all live and interjecting some snarky comments whenever I could. But yeah, I mean, I don't see any credit to be given for that behavior in any way. I mean, if it was a real relationship, I don't think you should be airing your dirty laundry online like that. I don't think it's a adult thing to do in any way.
it
Um,
worked out well.
But maybe, what if Antonio knew that as well, and that's why it is scripted, because he wouldn't do it if it was real?
Yeah, there's always that possibility, eh? I mean,
Yeah, maybe he has got integrity, but he's not. He doesn't care what the flat earthers think.
yeah, but the thing is his interpretation of her being a psychopath or a narcissist or whatever could be that she's just a fucking dimwit. Excuse my language, but
Mhm.
it's apparent when she even talks to people, even supposedly being in the radio industry. I don't think that she's even really that great at what she does, even with that easy of a job that she has. Uh, it doesn't take much to just talk to someone and why when did you become a flat earther, when did you figure out it's flat, stay flat, I mean, just keywords and mantras and rhetoric. I mean, it's very simple, so I don't know.
Have you seen the movie Legally Blonde?
Yeah,
That's a really good description of her, you know?
yeah, yeah, I think maybe she's not as much of a psychopath as she is just not the sharpest tool in the flat earth
More of a
shed.
narcissist. More of a narcissist. On
That's
my
what I think too.
Facebook and tell me I'm a hot honey, you know. I'll give you a wink and a nod.
So, Tim, you think that because Antonio kind of put his laundry in the public, you think that that's a bad thing? Like, even if Patricia was in the wrong, that you shouldn't do that kind of stuff.
I don't think that anything that he brought up was really her in the wrong. Like, her
But
standing in
but
front of
but
the
he's in a
oven with
position
the
where
flatbread.
he put his he put his relationship out there. Like, he put, like, she made it like totally public. Like, me and Antonio. Should I tell them? Should I tell them? Remember that hangout? Should I tell? Yeah. We're getting engaged, and like, obviously,
Yeah.
people were going to want to know the nitty gritties when it ended. So,
Yeah, I mean, I think
Oh,
the more adult thing to do, in my opinion, and I would have done in this whole meme, sophism, flat earth crap that's going on, is I would have just said, it didn't work out. And
aye.
that is exactly as far as I would go because, that evidence that he had for her being a psychopath is ridiculous. And it's really him projecting his own narcissism to come out and try to gain popularity from that kind of
It
situation.
looks like that, man.
It's despicable.
It kind of looked like that because it has kind of done him good. Because I've seen people swear now to his side. People that hated Antonio before now are watching his stuff, and like, they've left Nathan Oakley and they've went on over to that side.
Well, because like you said, he's kind of pumping a lot of just videos a lot.
Well,
So
he's trying. Well, it appears to the flat earthers that he is trying to do research because he's doing this thing with his son, with political hillbilly and stuff like that. And Nathan Oakley's done nothing.
did
So
you happen
it
to hear when
appears.
Political Hillbilly came on last night and
Oh
was
man,
completely wrong about a
his
situation?
voice, that whistling he does through his teeth. Oh,
This is the whole point. It's kind of like, guys, we're talking about a very advanced subject, number one. And number two, everybody in the globe defense and the flat earth defense is at best a layman. All right.
mhm,
A YouTube couch potato layman. All
mhm.
right.
yeah.
So that's the basic and the gist of the situation. And that's why it's not credible. That's why it's not growing. And that's why it's just objectively false. So
Exactly. You know what went wrong with the relationship? It was too much fish drinking.
yeah. Yeah, I even heard him say one time it's best to get it straight from the source, like while you're in the shower.
Yeah, I freaked
And
on that one.
Yeah. I'm like, next he's gonna be like having a catheter basically just straight to his. I mean, it's just like what?
But to be honest, it's the first time I've heard a guy complain about like getting harassed off their women. Like it's not something a manly. Like there's a few things that
know,
men
dude.
have got rules. Like one of them is like you wouldn't tell your friends or the police that your woman was beating you up or something like that. Or like there's certain rules to be a man. Like you wouldn't just like you wouldn't even tell people. And like by saying these things, like she wanted sex, it just makes him it effeminates him. Really, like it's like, well, why did you not just hear something?
It was a little too much information.
But Nathan Oakley was on the phone. Just give her one. Just give her one.
Yeah.
I'll send you some Viagra.
The way Antonio was demonstrating it. I mean, he was like, "Where you get it in your hand?" And was like, no.
Oh.
If you're brave enough.
Then don't dance afterwards. Why would I? Cooking.
What did you think about the dance? What did you think about the daytime, nighttime, Richard?
Oh, well, there's another one. There's another stick in your eye, eh?
Yep.
What do you make of it all? Do you think it was a prank, or do you think it was like, I think it was a prank that Antonio knew was going to get pulled on him. He kind of accepted it. He knew his mates were going to do it. He kind of agreed to it. It's like, well, fair enough. It's publicity, and that's the way I think they think. But what do you think of it, Richard?
Well, he has this real, like, he doesn't appreciate people that are against the gays, right? But I think this was like really a stick in people's eye. And, there was some funny business in there.
Do you think it was just kicking the hornet's nest? Like,
yeah, basically.
Because it did have homosexual overtones. You can't deny that. It was like,
yeah.
As much as Antonio might say that it was made to look like that, like, not every frame. And come on, like, like there was things he was doing that, like, like even if you couldn't CGI him doing that stuff, it's like,
yes,
exactly. I do believe it was heavily edited. It was heavily edited, but he knew it was going to be edited. So I think he kind of done it in a way he knew it was going to get edited. It was clever. It was a clever thing to do, but I don't think he got the popularity he thought. I think he genuinely thought it was going to be like a Gangnam style sort of go viral sort of thing.
Yeah, and what has it got to do with the flat Earth?
It's flat.
No, that was a really amazingly embarrassing video.
That was disturbing. I was disturbed after. I was like, I wasn't even laughing after. I was watching it. I was just mouth open, like.
They come after me like.
But the thing is, right? See, I thought that you couldn't have edited everything, but they did, because when Martin's when there was a hangout Antonio had, and he was talking about Flat Earth Asshole, that guy that's called Flat Earth Asshole, and that's where they got the soundbite for Martin Leakey, lick my asshole. He didn't say that. It was actually, and it was put together. It was so, like, they must have had to go through quite a lot of stuff to get those clippings. But I think Antonio knew, so to tell them what videos to look to get where he was talking. I think Antonio was in on it. Like, I don't think it was a prank that was surprised them.
No, they seem to come up with these surprises a lot. Eh?
Mm-hmm. What do you think, Tim?
Mm-hmm.
What does Tim think about that video? Do you think it was a genuine prank or what?
Yeah, I agree with you actually. With some of that, obviously was cut from here and there, but like you said, there was a lot of kind of gay undertone stuff that you would have to be shooting for in the first place to get that kind of video.
Like slapping ass cheek. Like what could you say when you're slapping your ass cheek, going like that and stuff like
jumping around and
sort of stuff like the jumping, like there's certain things he'd done that you couldn't have edited, or you couldn't have, he just done it. And when he was doing that, was he not thinking, why am I doing this? Like,
yeah, no, he's undoing his pants and everything. I was like, it's the unsubscribe button.
but it was catchy. That was a disturbing thing, but it was catchy.
Well, those images are stuck in my brain for the rest of my life.
Maybe it was an MK Ultra video. Maybe it was like trying to convince people of flat Earth through like mind control.
Oh, I'm surprised I didn't need therapy afterwards. Talk it out. That was really weird.
It was weird. That's what keeps us here. That's what keeps us here. Huh?
Mark, that was really in our face. He goes on about, oh, I'm just a polite, a polite Christian boy that lives in my mama's basement. That's all I am. And he comes out with this: I am a man. I'm a true man.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of wacko.
Mm-hmm. He doesn't appear to have like lived a life. Like you said, he does seem to appear like a guy that's maybe been like in his mum's basement for a long time on computers, maybe figuring out programming, graphics, stuff like that. He's probably been enclosed. He is. Maybe the world is flat to him because he's created this enclosure like around him. It's like I think these kind of people don't know the real world. They don't walk up a hill and look at the sea. Like my advert for this video, like I was out working, but I was at this beautiful place, and I found fossils.
Wow.
Ammonites. I'll show you guys with that.
Nice.
But I found this is for John Le Bon. I thought I'll keep these for John Le Bon. But I was at this place, and when you do look at the world, you think, when you do look at it through non-flat Earth goggles, it is more wondrous. It is more wondrous. But I've got them here. I found ammonites, man. I just think this is so cool. Like, look, like fossils.
Wow.
Nice. Yeah, that is cool.
Like a whole tray of them, man. I've got like these are fossils. Is this John Le Bon got to say that these?
Well, John Le Bonosaurus, all right, he's a long-necked dinosaur. Right? And he is into denying things that he can't prove for himself. So that's kind of where he is at.
But that got me thinking when I found the fossil, because I searched it up, and it's ammonites. It's the most common fossil, and I think they use them to compare fossil ages and stuff. And but the thing is that these creatures don't exist anymore. They're extinct. They went extinct with the dinosaurs 65 million years ago, and it's just these sort of things get you questioning. Is like when John Le Bon brings up dinosaurs not being existing. What's the motivation? Is he insinuating that the Earth is a lot younger, or is he insinuating that the Earth is as old as it is, but dinosaurs never existed? What is it that he's insinuating by saying that these things didn't exist?
I don't think he's too much on the creationist side, because he wouldn't want to go that route with his argumentation. But he does obviously objectively believe that dinosaurs are some kind of a hoax, like a grand hoax. So he might have, he might be onto something. I give it more credibility, I guess you could say, than anything in the flat Earth, because I've already looked at all the evidence, obviously, with that. But I don't really know too much about dinosaurs. I couldn't agree more, Tim, that
JLB is still, to me, one of the most credible people within this thing.
Yeah, he is. But he has his own brand of what I call skeptical empiricism, and that can really only get you so far. Go ahead, Jamie. How you doing,
I would disagree with that, because Tim, I think you were on the Hangout where JLB got exposed for doing zero research when he was talking about the Out of Africa study. Challenged him on it. And so he brings up his own primary knowledge research paper, and they pointed out that there were Africans in it. Where he said
he mentioned that. He says, but there was only two who took that video down.
That was the Hangout. Yeah, he said he's not going to learn anything from the Hangout. And he had to admit that he basically exposed himself to doing zero research. So I'm just pointing out. I wouldn't say JLB's like what you just said, Ged. And for him, he's a Hangout, to be honest.
I think he brings a lot of good structured arguments and debates to the table. He does.
Yeah, his skepticism, though it's empirically based. hold on, Jamie.
There's no point saying stuff that he said and then gets exposed for doing zero research on something. That's all I'm saying.
Well, it's not that he did zero research, because obviously he wouldn't have an argument to stand on at all if he didn't know anything about the subject. So he knew something about it. Now, I guess, when he was exposed about it, he kind of fell back on that, only two, and maybe there should be more, and blah de blah. But he
But
did
he
bring
was
that
saying
up.
zero. He was saying zero, Tim.
Yeah.
And he even had to correct himself and say, okay, yeah, I'll have to change my mind on that. So
Either way, he has way better skepticism. He has, way better research style than anybody that I can even think of, really.
that's what he says. That's what he says.
Well, he still has a confirmation bias, and it's conspiratorial minded, and that's fine. But sometimes you will get called out for stuff that you kind of jumped on a little too soon.
Right, which is my whole premise of the hangout I did before. Is I'm just trying to point out to people, if you're going to say stuff, go around saying it. Make sure you're absolutely 100% correct.
Yeah,
fair enough.
And what was the other point I was going to make? I agree with what you're saying. Going back to the people think JLB was a flat earther. He never was. He
was a
never
globe
was
earth
flat earther.
skeptic.
Yeah,
Globe
yeah,
earth.
skeptic.
Aye.
Yeah, but people, even myself, when he first done them shows, I was sort of into the flat earth again.
Mhm.
I literally didn't even realise that he never even said it.
No, because
had to
he took the same stance a lot of us did take, that he kind of was into the flat earth. He was arguing for it probably a lot of the times as well. He would probably find himself in the same position all of us were in. And but he was clever enough never to bracket himself as a flat earther, and that's the stupid thing a lot of flat earthers have done, is call themselves flat earthers rather than saying, guys, I think we need to look at this deeper, and they just label themselves right away. So then it puts them in a camp, and then when anyone that goes against that camp they're the enemy, rather than saying, wait a minute, I'm in the middle, so I'll listen to you and I'll listen to you.
I mean, I've been thinking about this. There's definitely something going on with all this stuff, and I don't know what it is, but that just proves that people literally aren't paying attention and keep saying, I never was a flat earther, I've never said it, but people just assumed he was.
Yeah, we talk about the flat earth amnesia. They seem to be suffering.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, I remember there was people actually saying that John's name, he was actually a Mandela effect. He'd done something with his name. His name was spelled Jon before, people were saying. Even I'm sure his name was spelled Jon. That's a Mandela effect. And he actually got me thinking. I was like, was it John? And I looked at old emails, because I've exchanged emails with John LeBon for a while now. And I've actually, I see old ones where it is spelled John. But...
Yeah, the Mandela effect, that actually did get me for the first day, because who was it, that Insanity? He put out a video with the, what was it, interview with the vampire. It literally got me for a day. I was like, oh my God. And there was this channel called, I think it's a channel called Same Feet, that was really pushing this stuff. And they put an interview out, Tom Cruise, from back whenever it was the 90s. And he's in the interview and he says, interview with the vampire. But when you listen to it, when you hear it the first time, it sounds like he's saying the. Yeah, and I was like, hang on, I had to listen to it a few times, like, oh yeah, he's saying interview with the vampire. So I said to this guy, yeah, look, it sounds like he's saying but he is saying the. And then he changed the description and the title of his video. But anyway, everybody, Mandela did not die twice, okay? He was released from jail. Okay, and then he went on the circuit, and then he died. He didn't die, then he came back to life, and then he died again. This whole Mandela is a complete psyop bullshit.
Do you think Mandela himself was kind of a psyop? Like, they put him more on a pedestal than... like he really was. He was more like a puppet for the powers that be, for the apartheid.
Who's that woman in? Is it Thailand? The one that was always under house arrest. They were always putting her out. You know what I mean?
Assassinated or something? Was she assassinated eventually?
Yeah, that sounds like the same sort of thing. Like they just use these people for the propaganda and stuff. Like, why would they put these people out there? Like
even Muhammad Ali, I used
Yeah.
to I like boxing and all that, and I used to I've read his biography and everything. And then I've realized, you know what, Muhammad Ali, when you look at you look at his interviews where he's not talking about boxing, he's talking his political stuff. The guy was a pretty he was antagonizingly racist. And then he changed to being a Muslim, and he joined more or less a Muslim brotherhood within. There is this sort of black Muslim brotherhood within the higher echelons in America. I think maybe Malcolm X was like a sort of socialist sort of brotherhood, Islamic. And I started thinking, was he, because he was named Cassius Clay, and apart from Cassius Clay was meant to be a guy that helped abolish slavery. He was named after somebody who helped abolish slavery, and he changes his name to Muhammad Ali, and then he starts preaching on about the white man and the wars. And I started thinking to myself, is he just like John Lennon and all these other people like Mandela and even guys like Tupac and I'm starting to think, is there anyone that was actually even Mother Teresa? I was like, she was an old witch. Was she really just an old witch?
Yeah, harping back to Stargods made the comment that it's all social engineering. So yeah, these characters just part of that. Probably I would say they are. If they're put out there in the limelight, they're used to social engineer and form opinions and so all these bold
because they do influence.
All these So all these
at least
bold
one of the people that I mentioned probably was your hero at one point, or there's so many people that you didn't want to accept that maybe they were part of the I love David Bowie as well, but I've got to consider that he was probably a puppet pushing a lot of stuff through his music and this whole transgendery stuff he was right into, that sort of stuff, and you can see it was early with him, and even Prince, and all these people was any of them genuine really?
Can I say something?
Not if they're pushed out.
Richard?
I find in all my research that they control the narrative. They control how we think by pumping these heroes up. I'm seeing a pattern where nobody's famous unless they've got a handshake. Masons are always involved in this. That you can be the most talented person on earth. If you don't do the handshake, you're going nowhere. If you do the handshake, they'll promote you, they'll build you up, they'll turn you into a legend. Or look at what's his name, Bieber, Justin Bieber. Totally manufactured. I mean, sure, he's got talent, but you'll see this in movies and stuff. If they don't do the Satan shenanigans, they lose movie deals. Suddenly they're nobody. Suddenly they're gone. This happens all the time, and I've seen this with David Wilcock. You know who David Wilcock is?
Sorry, Richard, your sound's a bit. It's a bit. Your sound, your audio.
Oh, David Wilcock. Do you know who he is?
David Wilcox.
Yeah.
I've heard of the name.
Okay, well, he was up and coming, and he's kind of a new age guy. And then, all of a sudden he had death threats. They were going to kill him. Not only that, they were going to torture him. So he got on Camelot, the radio show, right?
Right.
He's just sobbing away in the background, and they're going to kill him and everything. And then, and then suddenly, all of a sudden, he gets this weird phone call. Somebody phones in and says, in an accent, an Irish accent, "Well, we're going to take care of you. We're going to take care of you, David." Okay, thanks. And all of a sudden, he's got a book out, and it goes to the bestsellers list. Goes to the top, and another book goes to the top. Being taken care of. He took the bait. And now he's on Ancient Aliens. He's becoming a big star now. But they'll tell you, you can preach anything you want, but we control you.
Do you think we've missed out on a lot? Do you think we've missed out, as mankind missed out on a lot of fatality, people that didn't want to play the game? So they got ignored and ostracized, and maybe we their talents were forgotten about. Maybe we've missed out on a lot of stuff for people not wanting to play the game. Or do you think most people, just as humans, will just play the game?
Narcissists will play the game. Love it. They'll go for it. Like line and sinker. What do I do? How high do I jump? You know. But they've done this with all, yeah, and this is what they do too. And they've done this. A good example is Einstein. Einstein's got all these quotes. Like he's a man of wisdom. They do that with all these top guys, and these quotes are made up for them.
Mm-hmm.
It's to, how do I say this? It's to control society to a point where humans, consider people with empathy humans, we have never had our own culture. They gave it to us.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they rigged things and they control the system. They gave it to us. And Flat Earth is another part of this old game. You know?
Mm-hmm.
But you know, like Mark Twain. I mean, he would have been nobody if he didn't connect.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm finding that in the background of everybody, there's always a connection there. And somebody will say, "Oh, well, that comedian, he's so talented, and he's going places. He can be replaced with that." I mean, there's thousands and thousands of singers, actors, people can be replaced.
Mm-hmm.
They hold that 3% level. Okay? They're the brass. They hold that 3% level. I see this with the Flat Earth too. You know?
Mm-hmm. What do you think?
Let's talk about it.
Yeah, it's all culture creation. Any kind
That's
of
the word.
movement, any kind of movement that tries to come out, they will co-opt it. It happens time and time again. Like Rich says, I mean, but Vietnam and all those movements. Even as recent as the Occupy Wall Street. You know,
Oh yeah.
and they'll completely fabricate things. Like I believe Ferguson was just a complete fabrication. People getting paid off to basically burn the city down.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all those buildings, all the cash that paid for them was already appropriated like a year before, 2 years before, or something. So, um, it seems like they control the narrative, and that's I think Flat Earth is a part of that.
Yeah, it's sculpt us. We have no original idea. It's something that started out with the brass movement, and they'll co-opt it right off the bat.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Well, Eric Dubé is practically Robotham repeating, isn't he?
Yeah, and what is it? He's really connected with the Masons big time. I just saw an article online, and I was like, "Holy!" Grandfather sounds really heavy. Mark is very heavy into the Masons. He talks about his grandfather. He puts that hat out for everybody to see. You know, it's all controlled. The whole flat Earth movement, you can just go online and check it out. It's all Masonic from start to finish. I mean, what are they after? You know?
Do you think there's a Masonic undertone, Tim, to the whole flat Earth?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's part of their conspiracy in the first place. I mean, they like to claim that all of NASA are Freemasons, and I found some myself, and I know there are Masons. So maybe there is some kind of conspiracy within that. But I don't think that they're trying to conceal the shape of the Earth as much as the Earth is trying to conceal the true nature of it to us,
Mm-hmm.
because it's obvious, and they wouldn't really have to go to great lengths to make what they say actually work, because it's empirically valid. But sorry, I kind of drifted there.
Now, well, it kind of gets me thinking that I was saying that to Cathexis yesterday, that we should be more bothered that we were saying, like, I didn't know the star rotations, or I didn't know certain things that I thought I should have known. And then so the real problem is, why didn't we know? Did we have this Mandela effect when the schools were teaching us about the Earth? Did the schools teach us about the rotation of the Earth going 1,000 miles an hour, or
No,
the
no, I
Coriolis
don't.
effect, or are we
This
just
is
having amnesia and just?
This is
Can I
applied.
bring up?
This is applied science. I mean, these are things that people go into to figure out these exact numbers. It's kind of like that one dude making a video saying, asking Google how much curvature is between New York and California. It's like,
Mhm.
why would you even expect that would be in Google? People aren't really looking for curvature because it's pretty much, well, it is proven fact
Mhm.
that it is a globe. So go ahead, Jamie. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just going to bring up 2 points. Is because I've thought about this. Okay, one, people. Do we accept that people lived before us and have asked the same questions and tried to
Definitely.
come up with the answers?
Definitely.
Right. So we've only been here for a tiny little time, but obviously with history, people have been here. They've asked the same questions and they've got all the answers. Now, the thing with the education and curriculum, this is my hypothesis, is that they're like, okay, so what do we really need to know? Okay, so we know all about the solar system, and do we really need to tell everybody every single little detail about it, or do we just say the Earth goes around the sun, blah blah blah, and that's it, and that's all you need to know? Now,
Mhm.
so when later on in life, they just they watered down. I think they just watered down the education to what do you really need to know, and just but later on in life, like we've come to question these things like, oh God, I don't even know, I don't understand. But when you realize that all this stuff's there, it's not hidden, it is actually there. When you look into
Yeah.
it and you realize they have figured this stuff out, it is there. They just haven't gone through in great detail. Like I don't remember having a lesson at school that was the solar system lesson or whatever, class. They just give you the basics.
Mhm.
It really frustrates me when people are like, the moon's out in the sky in the daytime with the sun. How is this possible? The Earth must be. And it's like something like that. You just never. It wasn't something you needed to take any notice of, but it was always there. No, now it's like it's all kind of like alien. It's like everything's really strange and not how they've told it. No, it is. It's always just been like that. And
Mhm.
if they've worked this shit out for like thousands of years, how boring does it get? Just going through it over and over again. So they just give us the basics. But when you
Aye.
really
Yeah.
look into it, it's all there. They figured this shit out,
Mhm.
and it's all there to find. It's not they're hiding it. It's just they've just come to. We just need to tell them this, and to get on with life, and because they want us to work, and blah, blah whatever. Just
There's a
I
point to be made about people that are so inclined to do research and educate themselves further than what they got
mm,
in school. I don't believe that there's a really much of a case to be made at all that you should be in fourth grade being told the 1,012 here, a 600 here, and just all these different very kind of complex ideas
Mhm.
for that age. But I
Mhm.
do remember, we did kind of a solar system thing where we would, kind of try to do it to size and to scale and
Mhm.
put things in,
I
far
remember doing
away.
stuff with the solar system. We had to memorize
Yeah.
the closest one to the sun all the way back. It was like I remember all those things and the moons, and I just didn't know about the Earth and getting like and the way Dell sort of ambushes people in the street. And I was one of those people that'd be like, "Oh my God," I would feel really stupid. But Jeremy put it beautifully that what they're
mm,
trying to do is replace what you know with what they don't know.
yeah,
And I thought
yeah,
that's perfect because, like, they're saying right, the globe's bullshit. The globe's this, that, and the next thing. And you're saying right. Well, what do you believe in? He's like, I didn't stand by any model. I didn't believe in anything. I didn't believe it. It's like, well,
mm,
you're trying to replace what I believe. We get again with what you didn't know. Like you didn't know shit, and you're trying to tell me what I know is shit. It's like, and you want me to replace that with your like don't
yeah.
know
We're
shit.
we're not we're not we're not living like that anymore. We're not just going to live like, oh, we don't know. We people have asked the questions, they've tried to answer them, come up with the best model with logic and empirical
Mm,
evidence, and that's it. We're not going
mhm.
to go back to. We're just going to run around like headless chickens. Oh, we don't know. We don't know. How does it glitter? We don't know. It's fine. Like, really? I mean,
Well,
you
that's
know what
what
I
got
mean?
me annoyed when I seen this sort of a wee push for shapeless. A few videos popped up, shapeless. It was like fancy, again, Ivy artists, again, I do like them, but I was like, why are you pushing the shapeless shit? Because even though it's no flat earth, it's still denying the stuff we're pointing out. Like, why can we see like the moon phases?
It's taking a position where you can never be objectively correct in any way, because you're not, it's just like the no stancery. Well, with Dell, it doesn't matter if you want to believe it or not. You're I don't know. His arguments are just so weak, and really a good inclination of where flat Earth is going is to see Eric Dubay and other people hyping him, the Potato Squad, hyping him when he has terrible arguments, and he's very vitriolic, and he says the F word and all kinds of stuff. He's not clean cut either. I mean, this dude's got tats and all kinds of stuff. So he's not a person that's going to grow the flat Earth with any kind of reputation.
I think like I said this before, they need a leader, and he's kind of ticking all the boxes for this leader figure that the flat Earth needs. Even if it's untrue what they're talking, they need someone aggressive that's going to tell you it's flat, and that's that. Again, they need somebody like that, because everybody else is getting challenged now, and he's the only one that seems to stick by his guns and not look at any evidence for the globe, which is just ignorance, obviously. Because, like I said, I believed in the globe. I doubted the globe. Like, I didn't doubt it, but I thought, wait a minute, is there stuff in flat Earth? And I did doubt it a wee bit. I thought, okay, what? I'll give it a chance. And I swam with the fishes, and I came out and I says, no, this is no right. But he won't do that with the globe. He won't go, do you know what? Let me step out this flat Earth stuff for a while, and let me just see this globe stuff. Let's see what they're talking about. Let me just indulge myself in this globe stuff for a while and see what I think at the end of it. Like, he won't do that. And he's solid. And he's solid that way. He's fucking like a rock.
Yeah, he's stubborn as a mule, dude.
Oh, he's stubborn.
But
I said that's why it's easy for them to argue from that stance. Like, oh, you can't take me into space. You can't. It's an easy stance to take. It really is.
Well, you're going to say
it's the only stance left. I mean, to take when you don't, people were pitching all these models, and maybe this is true and maybe not, and nothing empirically matches up. And I think that this is a clear inclination of people trying to prove their confirmation bias, which has faulty premises, and basically, from there, all they try to do is prove the flat Earth, and really, nowadays, like I said before, it's more about poking holes in the heliocentric model, or trying to find the smallest nitpick of it, and it's not even about proving flat Earth anymore, because I think these people understand that it's not empirically valid in any way, besides saying, oh, my primary knowledge says that it's flat and motionless. Well, if you want that, then that's fine, Cathexis. That's great, man. If you want to say there's no curvature, and just like all these people, and don't test for it, yourself, then you're just being a sucker, and anybody that goes on the show is a sucker trying to put up a defense towards that. Sorry.
No, it's all right. It's the thing is, if you look at this whole like flat Earth thing, you don't even have to look at the evidence. You can just look at the people, like the people that's telling you this stuff. Like, how credible are the people? Again, look at their previous work. Like, before they'd even watched the video, their flat Earth video, what did they do before? What were they saying before? What did they stand by? And when you look at a lot of these characters, you're like, a lot of them are sketchy, to say the least. Like Jeranism with Bitcoins and Ken Morgile and this what's his name? This he's at the seminars. He sells the silver and all that stuff.
Mr. Thrive and Survive.
He's going to be at the conference.
Have to look like, do you know what? Before I even watch a flat Earth video, I'm going to listen to what he thinks about this stuff and how he researches this. And if he can't research like the prices of silver and how we know that it's so abundant, we're practically fucking. And silver is practically worthless nowadays, and they're trying to make you stack up in it. It's like it is good to stack up in the metal. I've got a wee bit gold there. Maybe I fell for the whole metals thing because I invested a wee bit in a bit gold, but silver. It's just like it's so blatant now. That it's not worth. It seems obvious they've got plenty of mines or whatever it is to create to keep pumping it in the market. And Thrive and Survive was piping on about silver for ages, and I thought, Ken, you're a flat earther. You don't even know about this stuff really that well. So it's like you just look at the other subjects to talk about, even like the Christian side. Like you look at they say good stuff about flat Earth, then they start talking about all the Bible stuff, and you're like, oh man, Ken, it's like there's certain like you just want to find this perfect character, Ken. Like when I found Nathan Oakley when I first got into flat Earth, and I came across Nathan Oakley, even though he does come across as posh and arrogant sometimes, but in the early days, he seemed the best person. If there was any legitimate aspects of flat Earth, he was going to be the face to go to the BBC or whoever and say, have this, and maybe have an interview or something like that.
He wasn't. Good. He told me at the beginning, because I pitched that to him. I said, man, flat Earth needs to, needs to get to the, the mainstream. Like, what about contacting, like you just said? And he went, nah. Just keep it on YouTube.
Did
it's almost like, yeah. And it's almost like he literally just wanted to be the next Patricia Steer.
Right.
Basically all Nathan wanted to do. Yeah. But yeah, I pitched it to him because we spoke in a couple of hangouts before we actually did a show. And I said, man, Flat Earth has got a, like you just said, like get it to the BBC or something. He was like, literally, nah, just keep it on YouTube. So it's almost like, think about it, it's almost like he kind of knew. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, and he just wanted to emulate Patricia Steer, but that's all he wanted to do. Have a little chat show,
Did you have
one? Hi, Nathan Oakley sitting on the sofa. Look at me. Oh my God! If someone's going to turn up, dude, to Leicester and into you,
when is that Leicester thing?
And it'll be an accident. It will. Accidents happen.
Are you going, Jamie?
No, don't be silly.
To create an accident.
I actually do think that then because it'll be filmed, so there needs to be an example made. Mm-hmm.
So I think
an example.
I think they're just going to wander about the museum. I don't think they're going to confront any space people, because I think this Leicester space place is like an exhibition, and I think they'll just wander around going, "Oh, look at the rocket! Fake, fake!" And then I don't think
yeah, you'll have a bunch of kids there. What are you going to do? Ruin the whole kids and families' day out? I mean,
exactly. Imagine Martin Leakey. There's a crowd of school children. Martin Leakey running over. Going, that's fake. That's fake. Flat fish. This is fake. Oh my God! Get this drug addict off thing.
It's just terrible, isn't it?
He's gonna hate me because he watches my stuff. I know he watches my stuff. That's why I talk about him. It's funny.
Martin Leakey is a nut job. He's nuts. Because I really pushed his buttons like early on with the religious stuff. He went absolutely mental at me, like literally just mental. Like because I wanted to see what he was really about. And,
he's speaking him live.
He showed his cut. No. I'll just through. He went absolutely mental. He's like a real hardcore religious crazy.
Mm-hmm.
If you really push him on it, yeah.
Mm-hmm. But I think he's been a hardcore everything. He's been a hardcore punk. He's been a hardcore sailor. He's been a hardcore fucking. He's been hardcore everything.
That bird, like, was that his next door neighbour? Like, he just suddenly done these videos where he's sitting out in the garden with some like random chick. I was like, she's actually quite fit, man. Like, who is that? Like, is this your new bird or whatever? Like, and then there was this Martin with his top up with this like ribs, just like there's like a head stuck on some ribs. I don't mean that in a horrible way.
I heard Nathan Oakley saying, Martin.
And he said to me,
ripped.
looked like the you know, the dinner plate after you've been to the Chinese, like finished all the ribs and there's just the ribs left on the plate.
Oh, but I was thinking he must be paying her to sit there by weed. Like he's pulled her up and says, right, if you sit here, because I need more viewers and I need a girl or something, like you can smoke as much weed as you want, and it just seemed like she was just sitting there for a smoke.
But he made her look really fat, and like I don't think she really was. She was literally like really trim. Like she's really buff, wasn't she? She's like toned now, and she must have worked out.
She was quite muscular. I was like, she was quite muscular.
Yeah. We say she. Now I'm thinking.
No, she says something like, "Oh, that's my granddaughter playing over the fence." I was like, "What? You're about 35."
What's up, Jeremy? Did you happen to see that video, Jeremy?
Which video? Sorry, I just missed the start of that.
Jeremy, would you like to share your video on my platform?
Oh, I'd love to.
I'm going to go for a wee toilet break, guys. Hey. But I'll be back. I'm just going to
cool.
But you can do what you want, guys. Just talk to chat. He was on. Richard, you've been brilliant, and I'm glad you came on. I didn't think you would ever come on, man. But I'm glad you're here anyway, man. Didn't he get scared away too soon? Hope you're enjoying yourself, man.
He's going to be hooked on Hangouts from now on.
I was just thinking that, dude.
Every day,
I was just
man.
thinking that.
I was just thinking I might actually go to the Leicester meetup.
Yeah, Martin.
That would be epic, man.
It's only.
He's basically said
it's like less than 20 miles from here. So
yeah,
and they've invited.
He said to me, "Turn up, dude."
What, Jimmy?
Oh, he's like, "Yeah, bring it on. Turn up. We don't care."
Nice.
Oh, they actually invited me in quite a sort of nice way. So,
You're part of the top brass.
I might actually nip in for an hour, and just curiosity might get the better of me.
What is it exactly, Jeremy?
It's the National Space Center. It's basically a museum about space, but there is some science and stuff that goes on there. It's one of these Millennium projects where they took a load of government money, and built like cultural things for the Millennium. And it's one of the. It's cool, They've got some rockets hanging up, and they've got a planetarium, and all the usuals. What you'd expect. It's pretty cool, but it's not Cape Kennedy,
So is it the European space stuff or what?
Oh, well, they've got all sorts in there, but obviously there's a sort of propensity of European stuff. Yeah.
I never heard of it, Jeremy, before. Have you? I never heard of it.
Yeah. Before. Oh, yeah. I've taken the kids a couple of times. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. See, it's just a family day out, isn't it? And they're going to go and ruin it.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly that. But they do some quite cool things there. Tim Peake's been there and done some lectures, and they do some serious stuff as well. But it's a cool day out. I mean, the kids
love. It only cost me £5 on the bus. It's actually worth the money now. I'm thinking about it. Wasting my time and a bit of money just to.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely worth seeing. I mean, I don't think we certainly felt that it was good value for money. It's always a bit different when you've got kids, though, I guess. But you get to meet Nathan Oakley and Martin Leakey.
They're like celebrities on YouTube, I hear. Or legends, rather.
So yeah, so I was wondering if anyone saw the flat Earth assholes thing this week.
No, I haven't.
Yeah. Well, he did.
I did it.
Sorry, go on, Jamie.
No, go on, Jeremy.
He actually did an open mic thing. He turned up at an open mic with his TV and showed them pictures of the lunar module. The close-up pictures we all see with the sort of sticky tape and all that business, and sort of, you know, went through that live on stage, which was quite amusing. And then he did another video where he did which was about the craters on the moon and why they're all round. And he actually got his BB gun and shot into the ground, and he managed to make a 23-minute video out of this, the fact that he thinks that you know, craters should have sort of skid marks going up to them and this sort of thing. So yeah, and Globebusters are going to feature that tomorrow night, apparently, when it's just...
What?
I know.
Oh my god!
Are you serious?
Jeremy, I went over this in my hangout earlier, right? And he just makes the biggest fuck ups because, you know, with Math Powerland, with the thing like, you know, where they take a picture of the, you know, it's separated from the command module, and so they're like snapping pictures of each other. And they're like, "Huh, how did they have a cameraman on the moon before they land?"
Yeah,
and it's like, I tell people, do not fucking go out in public and fucking spread this shit. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, Flat Earth Asshole said exactly that, and at that time,
yeah,
it's actually 60 miles above the moon at that point.
Yeah, it's been
And
snapped.
he thinks it's about to land on it.
Yeah, and he thinks the cameraman. He makes the same argument. This is Math Power. He's literally like Math Powerland's little fucking prodigy,
right?
And he literally. And he did the same thing. He's like, how did they take a picture of the lunar lander from the moon before they landed on it? It's like, they're both in orbit. They're taking pictures of each other, the lunar lander and the command module. They're not on the fucking moon taking a picture of it before they land on the moon and then think, oh, nobody will notice.
Which I think is also... It's also a good illustration of where the philosophy of I'm just going by what I can see myself, you know how easily fooled the eye is and how unreliable that philosophy is as a way of you know, making big decisions about reality, you know.
It's a total brilliant example of why you know, you don't take conspiracy stuff from the internet out into the real world because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
But I think you make a very good point about him being Matt Powerland's protege. I mean, it was, you know, that was like a poor man's version of, you know, what is it? Painting or what does he do? Paint.
Yeah. I've said it before. Powerland is good at what he does. He's good at going on stage and doing that, but he's just talking shit.
Right. Photo or painting is what I'm trying to think.
Yeah, but like, you hit the nail on the head there, Jeremy. He's like a poor man's version of Math Powerland.
Totally. I mean, I think people often make that mistake. I think when they think they're, you know, if they think they're a funny, witty guy, you know, it's one thing doing that, you know, to your workmates at the office, perhaps, but it's a whole other thing going on stage and doing it. You know, that's just a whole different skill set that most people haven't got. You know, we just think we might have.
Yeah, but it's not that, Jeremy. It's like if you want to go and talk about conspiracies and go, oh, I'm so confident because look, they fooled us, and I'm going to laugh and point out to you and laugh at you. But if you go up on stage and just make like the biggest fuck ups like that,
this is it, because you know, someone from the audience yelled out, "Well, are you an engineer?" And you know, and that's really the point, isn't it? And that's what any reasonable person is going to say. Well, okay, let's look into that. Yeah, okay, that has got a lot of sticky tape and what looks like tinfoil. Let's look into that and find out more about it. And then when they do, they would find out all sorts of technical details about how many layers of the stuff they were and how they hand scrunched it. And I mean, it's all out there if you want to find out about it. But you know. And again, you know, if I said this to him, people would say, "Oh, well, you're just towing the NASA line and saying what they've told you to say." But it's better than fuck all. You know what I mean? It's I don't care if people say that. If they want to address my NASA-born explanation and refute that, they can. But that's not what they do. What they do is they pretend there isn't an explanation, and that pisses me off because it's just dishonest.
They haven't done the research, Jeremy.
Right.
What was the video you did before that? The prior to that, the NASA
The
address you were addressing.
spacesuit special was the one before that.
Yeah, the spacesuit, and you were. What was it? People were saying that you were addressing. I can't remember now.
Oh, they were
if
saying
the
that
spacesuit.
It wouldn't a spacesuit wouldn't be able to hold the pressure and this sort of thing. How did it?
Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah.
And, there were various things relating to spacesuits.
The remember that one thing where they thought that the helmet didn't hinge at all?
Yeah, the helmet shouldn't.
Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, you showed.
That was the main
video,
one,
Jeremy, didn't it?
the helmet swivel.
Yeah. That's it, yeah.
Because they've seen Apollo helmets which don't, and they're looking at a Gemini helmet which does. These are basic things. It didn't take me long to find out who made it, where it was made, find the patents for it, find patents for other parts of the spacesuit. It's very easy. It's all out there, or lots of it is.
Yeah, this is the thing. This is the thing that really, shocks me. And I'm completely guilty of it as well. We've got all this information, technology, the internet, to literally go and research anything, and people just bang out these videos when it takes like 2 seconds.
Right.
Sometimes they don't even read the captions on the actual thing. I mean,
yeah.
Right. And I haven't got any problem. Like I say, people want to say, "Oh, NASA are faking it," and I've seen this picture, and these are my reasons for thinking it's fake. But nobody ever has any. They'll always say things like, "Well, it looks fake," or "You must be able to see it's fake," or you know what I mean. They're never actually able to point to anything, or very rarely anything specific that tells them it's fake. Sex in the Clouds, maybe, these odd examples, but, generally speaking, they can't.
The point I was making earlier, Jeremy, is like, if you want to look into conspiracies, fine, but I'm just pointing out information before,
right.
I was going to ask Rich what he thinks. Like, I believe that he thinks the moon landing was a hoax, and I'm still kind of, up in the air. I don't really care. But I mean, you're obviously open to look at evidence for it actually happening, right? And if you did find out that some of these conspiracy videos that we all watch, like a funny thing happened on the way to the moon and such, were misleading or distruthful at best. I mean, how would you feel about that? You're muted.
Yeah, the funny thing happened on the way to the moon. I saw a really good video where the guy is saying, I forget what it's called. He's saying, well, he goes to this astronaut's house, right? You not the astronaut would be on the phone saying, "There's this nutcase out here. Keep your door locked." It seemed so contrived, so breadcrumbing people to lead in conclusions. But there's a lot of things about the moon landing that does not make sense at all. I mean, there's a lot of. I would say, yeah, it's fake. But somebody says, "Well, no, it's not fake. Here's some real evidence," and I go, "Yeah, hey, well, all that missing telemetry and all the missing blueprints and everything. It sounds like JFK all over again. Damage control. Like that's clean up. Then you got these mysterious deaths. And then you've got the guy ahead of the supervisor or something. Anyways, he says, "Well, his 500-page report. He says this ain't going to the moon." Well, he and his family die in a train crash accident. There's a lot of goodness. Yeah, I that's what I always say is that listen to everybody chop away, and I'll just go where the pieces lie. I'm not. I don't have like my 10 commandments and I'm going to, this is this or this is really, I don't know anything. And this is what I keep telling people on my videos is that I don't know anything. Don't. And if people ask me questions, I say, well, don't ask me. Well, what is it that you think? It's more important that people come to their own conclusion. As for the, excuse me, it's Ginger here. Thing with the moon is there's a lot of really weird, bizarre stuff. So who knows? So far, I think it's
Gotcha. Yeah, Jeremy is a. If you ever want to have a conversation with somebody, he's a good cat to have a
He's a
conversation
NASA
with. 'Cause-
fanboy.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, that's a fanboy.
at a certain point,
I'd be the first
as yeah, as a man, I mean, if you really think about it, these these F1 rockets and these 1.5 million horsepower and stuff like this is real. This is they that's really not even a dispute really between the flat earthers that they're actually shooting something up. But I think it's like a it is hard to believe, oh wow, in 1969 we had the technology to do this or whatever. But I think if you really if you kind of look at the evidence, it kind of leads you to believe that it did happen. And in that regard, I think it's like, wow, yeah, we did do that in 1969. Like that's how fucking awesome humans are, man. Like they did make those rockets. They did launch off. People did see these things. So a lot of the whole moon hoaxery is misconceptions and misleading information. So yeah, Jeremy is a good dude to talk about that for sure.
I think as well, and this probably isn't a popular thing to say here, but I think it's also something that Americans can be proud of, because I'm not sure if this is something that any other nation really could have pulled off in terms of, well, certainly in terms of finance, for one thing, but just engineering prowess, I think it is really, really shown here. And it's probably a testament to capitalism as well in some respects. I mean, I'm not saying there aren't problems with capitalism, but the free market came to play in this, and hundreds of companies were involved, hundreds of American companies, and they pulled off something awesome. Well, I believe they did. So, and I'm not sure if any other country would have managed that.
So why
There's something about
why
Go ahead, Jed.
wasn't the British so enthusiastic about it? Because obviously they were on the same side, like when it came to the Cold War and rockets, and obviously, why didn't Britain not want a piece of this pie the same time as America? Because they kind of ditched the whole space thing and went towards the Concorde.
Right, that's it. I mean, I think, really, it's probably a lot to do with politics and the Labour government. I mean, we did have a space program. It was called Blue Streak, I believe.
Really?
Yeah.
British?
Yeah, but
I didn't know that.
Yeah, but it
learn something new every day. God.
Yeah, it didn't go very far, and these things are incredibly expensive. And as you mentioned, Concorde went way over budget. There was all sorts of problems with it. So, and was never really that economically viable ever. So. I don't, it's really about economy, and if you think about Britain compared to America in economic terms, even as a wealthy nation that we are, we're still a minnow compared with America. And America just had the ability to just bring that engineering might to bear in a very short space of time, and I don't think we could have done that. I don't know. Maybe we could, but I'm pretty sure it's called Blue Streak. Like I said, it didn't run for long, but there was a bit of an effort. But these things are incredibly expensive.
So what did it involve? Was it just a couple of rocket launches or something? Nothing.
Yeah, I don't think they actually launched anything. I think they got part of the way through building the vehicle and lost funding. I think that's what happened. Let me do a quick.
Or did they realise it wasn't possible, so they just went, oh, space is fake, let's go watch terrorism.
Oh, it's actually a Blue Streak was a British medium-range ballistic missile and later the first stage of the European satellite launch vehicle, but was cancelled without entering full production.
Right.
So I think it was perhaps capable of carrying a man, so they were perhaps looking towards doing that, but it never got that far.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, I think it was very expensive at that time, and there was still plenty of economic issues, especially in Britain. You know, we're only 20 years or so after the end of the Second World War, and
I've got to admit, before that that documentary, what was it called? That one with the moon landing. Before, what was it? On the Way to the Moon. On the Way to the, was it On the Way to the Moon? That documentary, the big documentary.
A funny thing happened on the way to the moon.
Funny thing happened, right? Before I seen that documentary, I was always sort of questioning the moon landings. There was always something, like, it's kind of in culture now to question, like,
Sure.
It's kind of in there. So everyone's got a tiny doubt. And I thought maybe the first landings weren't like, maybe that was just propaganda. And maybe they have been there since. And that's the way I used to think. But then once I got into the flat earth, I watched that video whilst I was watching the flat earth, and then suddenly it was just fake.
Right. And then, but
I'll need to go back, like you said, Jenny, I really need to go back and maybe look properly with the flat Earth goggles on, and maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I actually do a debunk of that on my channel, although I might do it again because it was like that. I think it was the second video I did, and I didn't bother to use a voice. I just did stuff in text a lot, and it's kind of a lot of text. So, because I put in the transcript, so you see what they say rather than hear it. But if you watch my video on it, you'll see why what he's done is blatantly dishonest and cannot be correct. And I'm not just saying that. I mean, I'm not saying this proves that the moon landings happened. I'm saying this proves without a doubt that Bart Siebel, who made that movie, is wrong.
Deliberately being deceitful, kind of thing.
Yeah, and I think he's being deceitful because he leaves out footage that we know he had, because basically, in short, he uses footage from 2 of the TV broadcasts that they shot on the way to the moon, but they actually made 3 TV broadcasts. So he uses footage from the first and the third, but leaves out footage from the second. Mm-hmm. And there's footage in the second that shows that his hypothesis of what they're doing, the idea that they're in low Earth orbit and they're using some sort of cutout thing to create a circle, it shows that cannot be true because they pull back from the window. You can see the window. The spacecraft goes into a roll maneuver.
Really? I thought is that the part when they go to the window and they put a bit of cardboard to make it look like it's
right? But that's what he's claiming. But in this bit of footage that he didn't use, you can see that cannot be the case because they actually shoot the Earth through 2 windows as the spacecraft rolls. So you see it through one window, they pull back so you see the entire window frame with the Earth in the middle of the window. And then as the spacecraft rolls, they switch to another window. So you see the camera move inside the spacecraft to the other window, and then you see the Earth again. And this shows us that what he's hypothesizing cannot be correct. It cannot. Mm-hmm. And but also I think it shows us that if he used the first piece of footage and the third piece of footage and they're on the same tape with the second piece of footage, he has no excuse for not seeing this particular section, because it would add weight to his argument if he included it. He could say, look, they did it 3 times, not twice.
So, Jeremy, see the footage of the moon landing. Like, there's this thing going around flat Earth that it's all being taped over and all go like copied over. Or
right, that's true.
Is this true? Is this true?
Yeah, and I have to say, this is the one that this is the thing that hurts me the most, because is astoundingly sloppy of NASA to do this.
Oh, so
It did happen. I mean, there is a story behind it that they at one time there was this shortage of these magnetic tapes that they couldn't get, and because I mean, it sounds ridiculous that how could they have a shortage? Why didn't they just buy some more?
Oh, it's NASA. It's NASA.
Right.
They could have a shortage of anything, really. Yeah.
Exactly. But when you actually look at the quantity of these tapes that they're using and why they're using them, because they're getting all this data from all these different unmanned satellites at this period. I think it's in the early 80s by then. And they're actually using like thousands of these tapes a week. I mean, or tens of thousands of these tapes. So it wasn't even a case of they couldn't get them in budget. They just couldn't get them. They couldn't get enough tape quick enough. And that's why the decision was made to tape over some. But obviously they didn't know they were taping over those specific tapes. I think there were just warehouses full of them.
You would think after the moon landings and all those tapes or the footage, you'd think they'd be like in their own chamber, right? No one touched this shit. They'd like have a sticker on it saying "Don't tape over." This is like you can tape over all that information about satellites and stuff because that's not really important. But this is a moon landing. This is the first. This is mankind's greatest achievement. Don't fucking tape over it. You know what I mean? It's like, God, man, you're like.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, having said that, I mean, what they taped over was because when they did the moon landings, the problem they had on the first ones was they didn't have a big enough antenna in the spacecraft to send back a full-blown television signal. So what they did was they invented, if you like, their own version of television. So it was black and white. It was 10 frames per second instead of 30 frames per second is what they normally use in the USA.
I think it's 26 or 20.
Well, it's 25 here, but in the USA they have 30, but they cut it down to 10. Right. And they cut the horizontal lines down to 320, whereas normally in the USA I think it's 525 or something like that. So they created this smaller television picture. The problem with what that meant was they were able to transmit that live back from the moon. The problem with it was it was incompatible with any television system on Earth. And so they had to convert it back so that it could be transmitted here on Earth. And the way that they came up with of doing that, the easiest, most straightforward way was just to have a television screen with this transmission from the moon and point a standard television camera at it and just rebroadcast it live as it happened, rather than try and buffer it or send it through anything electronic. Just point the camera at it. And that's the footage that they lost is the actual transmission from the moon. But what we do still have is the original tapes that were in those cameras and the recordings of those that were pointing at those televisions. So there is some loss of quality, but it's not like, everything's gone. We've got a version of it. It's just not as good as it could.
But just the act itself seems so sloppy that
it does. I would agree.
It makes you suspect. Like you said, it's not evidence they never landed on the moon. But when people are this sloppy, you think, well, why are you so careless? If something is this was man's greatest achievement, and
I would agree. And the Russians have even raised sort of some, they've sort of made this point that there should be a full investigation into this, not because they're suspicious that the moon landings didn't happen, but because from their point of view, they say what you're saying, that this isn't an American achievement, this is mankind's achievement. And you lot should have been a lot more careful with mankind's achievement. And I think you're right. But I also think that
it doesn't prove they never landed on the moon.
Right. And I also think that in big organizations that have huge storerooms with shit everywhere, stuff like this happens all the time,
Like you said, we are men, and men make mistakes, I suppose.
Yeah.
What a stupid mistake to make it such a stupid.
I mean, I live in a very small apartment, and a couple of months ago, I tore it apart trying to find an old Commodore Amiga because I suddenly realized they were worth money on eBay. When in actual fact, after spending 2 days looking for it, I remembered throwing it away about a year ago. So, you know what I mean? And I think, why on earth? Why was I thinking throwing it away? You know, why did I do that? But you know what I mean? I fuck ups happen, you know, and I guess. But I do find it is an embarrassment to my argument. I have to say.
Well, it's just little inconsistencies like that make me think: could there be could there be truth behind it? They never landed on the moon, because I wouldn't expect them to tape over the original kind of whatever. I wouldn't expect these stupid sloppy mistakes from something so epic, really, to mankind. It's just that on its own makes me suspicious. But like you said, it doesn't mean it proves they never landed on the moon. And that you're right. It's just me being suspicious. And
there is an element of the jury still being out, because they haven't entirely ruled out the possibility that these tapes could turn up.
Right.
They just don't know, but they think they're fucked.
Maybe they went in the black market, and some billionaire sitting there with original kind of like artwork, the way artwork does, and they try and make out like certain pieces get stolen. Maybe it's just went into the black market, and some Russian sitting there, and he was living with the original Mona Lisa, and there's like a copy sitting in the Louvre.
I mean, I think one of the problems is, though, you see, if you don't know the full story, I mean, if you worked at NASA in the 80s and you didn't work there in the 60s and you didn't know this, then you wouldn't necessarily equate these tapes with television coverage, because they used like these magnetic tapes that you wouldn't normally use for that. So somebody looking at them, looking at the boxes, looking at the tapes themselves, all they would think was on there was old data that they've no longer got a computer to run it on. It doesn't, they don't know that it's TV footage.
I suppose it depends how it's stored. Again, I've got in my mind this archive against NASA. So in my mind, I've got this archive, this futuristic archive with like slots and skin. Like that's the way I think that it should be arranged, because it's NASA. But the way you describe it, it's like some old magnetic tapes lying in a box with dust over it, with a cover over it or something. Someone's like, "Oh, look, there's some old tapes. Let's tape over it again."
In my head, I'm imagining some big fuck off warehouse somewhere with like some racking in it that's all down one wall that's got like all tapes in it, and then another rack that's got like all loads of paper, and then there's loads of bits of hardware, bits of rocket and models of shit and stuff crap. You know what I mean? There's just shit everywhere. I mean, who knows? But everywhere I've worked, that's what the storeroom looks like. No, it's never a very organized affair. It's a place to hide things that you don't use anymore, So who knows? But I would entirely agree. They should have been a lot more careful with that stuff,
Aye. Well, I remember when the moon landing stuff was it's been mainstream for a while, because it's been on Channel 5. There's been even a debunking one on Channel 5 years ago. Like a guy sat and debunked the people who were saying it was fake. Like it's been pretty mainstream here for a while. But it was a flag thing. It was a flag thing that used to get me. That was like it was just one argument. It was like the flag shouldn't flop.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it, as you say, it has. It's been around for a lot longer than Flat Earth has, and I've always been sort of annoyed by it for a long time. But and I think I made the point in the video with Dal that what I found is that often, particularly if I'm in like a hangout and I sort of surprise a flat earther, if they're not expecting a challenge, often they'll fall back to the moon landings or 9/11 because, as you say, they're a lot more acceptable. It's to propose the moon landings are fake.
Well, it was happening last night when I was speaking to Cathexis, and I think it was like Ted or who's that? It was like a computer guy. Is it King of the Hill? Is it King of the Hill? The character. Hank can't kill. I will, like, every time, like, I made a point and about the stars or something, it was like NASA, and I was like, I don't give a shit about NASA. This is not the discussion here. Again, we're talking about the shape, but like you say, it's like one of these fallback things, like the moon landing or NASA, and like at the end of the day, we're no arguing about these things. I'm sick of it now. I've got suspicions about the first moon landing and stuff like that, but now I've got to the point where if I stand here and argue for the moon landing has never happened, I'm just giving fuel for the people I'm arguing about the shape of the earth. I'm like, well, why should I give you more? And it's like, and so I've got to this hang in my mind now. I think, well, NASA's not even British. Fair enough, they might have lied about the moon landings, but at the end of the day, I'm not going to go too far into the NASA stuff. It's because I can't prove anything. I can't find evidence they don't do these things either. It's hard.
I tend to argue it because people think I'm ridiculous for doing it, and I kind of like that. You know, they think, oh my god, because it's kind of, you know, when you come to flat Earth, it's kind of an accepted thing. You know, NASA, anything from space, that's off the table. You're just not allowed that. You know what I mean? And I don't accept that that's a reasonable position. You know, I really don't. I think that's, you know, that's a big claim that you're making there. But also, it's kind of, you know, that it's my bag. I'm kind of fairly knowledgeable on it, reasonably knowledgeable on, or at least on bits of it. So I can take people on with it a bit, and it kind of surprises them that I'm arguing it, really. And I have a bit of fun with it, really. But yeah, I kind of see what you're saying.
It's always cool to be the devil advocate as well. Sometimes, because I do it as well. Like, Nathan Oakley thinks I'm a psychopath for doing it, but sometimes I drop it when I'm in the conversation. Like, I know it'll annoy the person, but I sort of drop it a wee bit. It's like a wee trap. And if they get annoyed by it, then I sort of judge the reaction to see how personal. And it's like, I do it as well. And sometimes it's for fun. And people like Nathan Oakley call me a psychopath. And now Nathan Oakley won't even talk to me in chat, guys. If any of you noticed, when Nathan Oakley's in chat, I turn up now. And I deliberately do. I've been a prick to him for a wee while now. But he doesn't even talk to me. He doesn't even give me whatever, Jed, or nothing. He just disappears and he just goes away. He genuinely thinks I'm a psychopath.
Jed, you're not a psychopath.
I know, but Nathan Oakley, no, because Nathan Oakley talks about the things about Ken and how to repel. And one of the things he says is it's a way to get rid of psychopaths is to ignore them completely, like totally ignore them. Just don't talk to them. So when I'm trying, I'm like, all right, Nathan, how you doing, pal? Can just try to get a wee reaction. Nothing. Then I start attacking him a wee bit to try and get a reaction. Nothing. Like, it's just nothing. I'm like, he thinks I'm a psychopath because he's using what he says you do to get rid of the psychopaths, but I'm still annoying him. I'm still poking away, so it's I must not be a psychopath, but God, he's a psychopath.
While you're away, I was just saying, I might actually get to go to Leicester next week and meet them.
Oh, that would be pretty epic, man.
I'm only in Nottingham, so you know, it's 20 miles away. You know?
I actually looked it on the map there. I said to my missus, I went, how far away is Leicester again? She went, I'm sure it's quite northern. So I looked, and it's probably about 4.5 hours for me.
Yeah, probably about right. Yeah,
I was thinking that's maybe an overnight stay. Like, honestly, I was thinking of just turning up with my camera. I was genuinely thinking about turning up to Leicester just for a video, just for a YouTube video, just for the laugh, just for the sake of it.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Yeah, I mean they actually asked me. I mean, Nathan was quite nice. He said, you know, it's a nice invitation. So. I don't know. Maybe I should go. I kind of feel like I ought to.
Sometimes
I don't even know what I would do or say there, though. You know,
you'd be stuck. Like I said, you'd be trying to stop Martin from running into school kids going, "The Earth is flat." There'd be school kids.
Yeah, because it was a bit odd, wasn't it, on the last one? That sort of.
Oh, aye.
I bet they'll try a bit of the old street epistemology. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if they try that on a few people. If they,
you want to have a look at your video, Jeremy, again?
Sorry?
We'll have a look at your video again.
Yeah, by all means, yeah.
Jeremy's video, because a lot of people might have not seen Jeremy's video because he's not a big channel, but his video is good enough to be in the biggest, like any of the channels that are in this debate, really.
You might not want to show it all though. It's 34 minutes long.
I will. Do you know the best points there?
I guess. I mean, I like the end section the best. I guess. I think Tim said about 31 minutes. I think was a good point.
Yeah.
I like the whole lot, but like.
But well, I mean, obviously it's your show, mate. I mean,
well, it says 33 minutes, but I think it feels fast when I watch it. Doesn't it feel like 33? I think because I enjoy it so much, I'm like, it just goes quick for me, the 33 minutes.
Oh, good. That's what I was aiming at, really.
Aye. And it's no, sorry guys, I'm no Masonic because I'm saying 33 minutes. I think it's 33 minutes, 56 seconds. I'm not saying 33 because 33.
Yeah, anyway. I was very careful to keep it under 30.
He's a flat earth soldier. Right, anyway. Are we getting volume for the video?
I can't hear it, no.
Well, I'll put my mic to it. Sure.
It's fair to mention that I have had a run-in with Dell in his Hangouts. A link to our encounter is in the description. I think his approach is absurd and deceptive, and I think this needs to be pointed out. I hope that some of Dell's victims will also get to see this, so I'll be assuming my viewer has not come across the modern flat earth idea before and throwing in a few explanations along the way accordingly. My apologies if you are already familiar with the madness that is flat earth. I did try and approach Dell and point out a couple of his errors in the comments section of the first of these videos. My post was initially met with smug ignorance by Dell's gang of followers, and then eventually Dell himself replied. He didn't respond to a single point I made, and seemed to think I wanted to come to his hangout and prove the globe. So he gets this video made about him instead. The first thing I want to point out is that Dell comes well prepared, or at least he thinks he does. You can see Dell and crew here discussing the questioning strategy they use for these interviews. His victims, of course, are completely unprepared, as we will see. So let's take a look at Dell in action.
Does it concern you that when I say to you that NASA have no real photographs and no real video footage from space? And the reality is that none of those photographs and videos are actually real. Yeah, they tell you on the website. Honestly, they're composite images. Absolutely 100%. That's why we're here. Does it concern you that there's no real pictures from space or video footage from space? There's no real photographs or video from space.
I thought there are photos of the Earth from space.
They tell you on NASA's website that every image is a composite. If we were living in a sphere, we would have real 24-hour video, real images from space, but we don't.
And how can you provide evidence that they are real?
Because they tell me. NASA.
They haven't told me that.
Can you make it any louder, Jed?
Composite images, they're not.
Can you hear that?
It's struggling to hear it.
Is it?
Yeah, a little bit. People in the chat are saying they can't hear it.
All right. Well, I've tried to put as loud as I can, actually. With
photographs. It's just people don't understand the language.
I think it's Dell that doesn't understand the language. Composite does not mean not real. It's simply a series of overlapping photographs joined together to make a single image. This is done because satellites that are close to the Earth cannot see the whole Earth, but they can see small parts of it in greater detail than satellites orbiting further away. The claim that all images are composites, and NASA tell you this on their website, is nonsense. NASA say no such thing on any website. There are currently 4 satellites which regularly produce full Earth images. The Japanese satellite Himawari 8 produces a new image every 15 minutes. Russian satellite Electro L produces more than one photo.
Satellites are fake.
Yeah. But I find it strange that, $50 million per day, and the only thing we have is cartoons. I think that's a wee bit concerning, to be honest with you.
But I mean, why is Dell concerned about
Cartoon.
American taxpayers?
I know, like, the guy doesn't like. The guy looks quite happy. Why is this? Why is Dell disturbed him now? He's like, American taxpayers. Like, so what? It's like, I think a lot of the people looked pretty amused. Do you not think?
Yeah, I did. I did think that. I don't think anyone was even slightly convinced.
Like, see the lassie, see the sort of nice looking lassie.
Yeah.
I actually felt like giving her a hug.
Yeah, yeah. Because she looked like, shit, I wish I hadn't said I'd do this. You know what I mean? I was just walking. I'd be home now if I hadn't said yes. Or, you know, if I hadn't looked up at them, I'd have got away with it. You know.
But I thought it was a testament to my city. I thought the people were lovely, and I thought they done a good shout for Edinburgh.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. I mean, this guy in particular, I thought, you know, he gave a sterling defense. He had great answers.
Aye, just like concise, like gravity.
Yeah. And when Dell challenges him, and then he says something about, Dell said, oh, well, builders don't take it into account. And he said, well, that's because it's consistent. They don't need to. You know, he already had an answer. You know, I thought he was great. Yeah.
Aye.
And finally, we see a classic flat earth tactic. When you can't answer the challenge, just change the subject.
Absolutely 100%. That's why we're here.
Do you have proof of that?
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. I'm asking you, and you're asking me. I love that, though. I'm into natural science. You know what natural science is?
Now, I was hopeful that maybe Dell had actually read the points I made, because in his next set of interviews, recorded some days later, he changes his claim about NASA to this.
You know, he says they went to the moon in the 1960s. Do you think they did? That's one for debate. I don't know. Political hot potato there. Yes. But NASA are now saying they can't achieve beyond low Earth orbit with all the modern technologies.
It's funny how he said hot potato there.
Yeah.
It's like, is that what hot potatoes means? Like with Patricia Steer, like the hot potatoes, means it's hard to handle?
Yeah, I think it means
hard to handle.
A controversial issue kind of thing.
Right. Because a lot of people were saying it was because she was a vegan. I was like, what?
Stuff. Then that would suggest to me that there was absolutely no chance that they went to the moon. NASA now are openly saying things like, oh, we hope to achieve past low Earth orbit in the future. Right? They have an issue with a thing called the Van Allen radiation belts. This is what they say. This is their story. The Van Allen radiation belt starts from approximately 1,000 miles up, and it extends 25,000 miles. So you've got a depth of 25,000 miles on these Van Allen radiation belts that they can't penetrate, they can't get beyond.
Bertie can't resist throwing in his old favourite too.
I'll go back to it again. You know, you go to NASA's website, they'll tell you that all the images you're seeing there are composites. They're composite images, they're no actual photographs. Because, you know, can't get out.
This new claim is another Flat Earth favourite. It originates from this short documentary produced by NASA about development of their new Orion spacecraft, called Trial by Fire. Link is in the description. And in particular, this section.
Radiation like this can harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back.
Got to admit, maybe NASA exaggerated the danger zone.
Yeah.
In the video with the red beam, and maybe like the way they presented it made people think, well, how the hell did we get to the moon if it was so dangerous?
Right. I think people have to. You have to think of everything that NASA produce in terms of them not thinking about flat earthers. You know, flat earthers aren't on their mind when they say stuff, you know. So I can't. I mean, what they're getting at here, the big difference between now and the 60s is with computers. And basically, the Van Allen radiation belts are an area of energized particles in space. And, you know, your computer works by energized particles running along the circuit boards. Oh. So and this isn't the case with 1960s technology. So if those energized particles get into your computer system, your computer won't know what's what, and it will fuck up. And that is the big issue with Van Allen and modern technology.
Right. So your point is that back in the old days, the computers weren't that sophisticated, so they weren't that prone to damage through this. It was
right. You've got thick copper wires that just, a little particle running through it like that isn't going to make any difference. But now it does, because your processor is running on these, tiny bits of current. So that's the big problem with it. But it can be dangerous to humans, but it's just a matter of navigating around the worst bits. But the other thing is, I think since the 60s is we've discovered more about it, and it's actually a lot more, it moves around quite a lot more than was originally known. And sometimes new bands can open up within it and then close down again. So I think that's another reason why.
So is this any connection to the magnetosphere and the northern lights, like the charged particles coming into the poles? Does the Van Allen belts have any connection to that?
Yes.
There's the magnetosphere surrounding the Earth, and we get hit with solar particles, and then they go into the poles, and then that's what creates the southern and the northern lights.
Right. That's right. Because
is this Van Allen belt part of this magnetic?
Well, it's sort of held at bay, if you like, by the magnetosphere. And that's why, if you've heard, sometimes you hear flat earthers mention the South Atlantic anomaly, but Bob from Globebusters often mentions it. And that is where the Van Allen belts dip down towards the surface of the Earth. And the reason for this is a reversed polarized area within the magnetosphere. And what scientists are discovering recently is that these areas of where the polarity is reversed are growing. That it isn't just the South Atlantic anomaly, which is growing within itself, but there are other little patches. And what people are starting to believe now is that this may be, you may have heard about the sort of polar shift that scientists say has occurred in the past, and they believe that this may be the beginnings of this happening. So yeah, it is linked with the magnetosphere. Yeah.
Cool.
I know that's been falsified now. Finally, the Apollo missions were each solved. The Apollo spacecraft were single-use vehicles. There are none left, and in the half-century since they were designed, there have been many advances in space technology. Perhaps the most significant of these is in computing. Intricate modern computers are far more susceptible to radiation damage than their clunky 60s counterparts. Finally, the Apollo missions were each about a week long. Orion is being prepared for potential trips to Mars, which would last 3 years at a minimum. It may have to contend with the solar flares of interplanetary space and the Martian radiation belts. It's a completely different vehicle designed for totally different missions. While we're on NASA, let's just deal with another of Dell's uninformed claims.
Well, I know there's like videos of the moon landing and stuff. I know that's been falsified now. It's been falsified, 100%. Yeah. It was supposed to believe it in the 1960s. First time, never tried it before. They managed to do it. First time, no bother. There's so much evidence now that show you that it's absolutely fabricated. It's total nonsense. It's ridiculous, childish stuff.
The Apollo missions have not been falsified 100%. In fact, most of the prominent Apollo deniers, such as Bill Kaysing and Bart Sibrel, have been totally discredited. And to suggest the first successful landing is suspicious simply because it was successful is idiotic. Each of the Gemini missions took a step towards Apollo. These are the moon landings and 9/11. Before Dell gets into his arguments, he likes to set himself up as some sort of authority by talking about natural science.
I'm into natural science. You know what natural science is?
Yeah, this natural form of social science. I'm a religious guy. I'm a science guy. I had to go through cognitive distance. I believe I live in a real science, right? And I'm a natural science guy. You know what natural?
See, you made a good point here, Jeremy, because I thought, when I first started watching him, I thought he was talking about the scientific method. That's what he was talking about, and repeatable, observe. That was like his mantra. But then it sort of merged into natural science, and I was like, is he getting these two things mixed up?
Yeah, and I think it's important, you know, if you're using terms like this, I think you know you've got to be correct in what you're saying. You can't really distort things in the way that he does, because you know people obviously don't know what he's talking about. But if people said if he said the scientific method, probably most people would they would probably say, well, that means it's repeatable, or that means it's up. You know, they'd come up with one of those. You know what I mean? They know where he was going, but I think he sort of confuses them a little bit. You know, and they're not really quite sure what it is he's talking about.
Well, it's like 3 forms of science that he talks about. It's like formal, natural,
yeah.
And what's the other
one? Social.
Oh, social sciences. Aye.
Yeah.
But I thought natural science, the way he talks about natural science, I thought that was just physics. I thought that was like.
I mean, there's a couple of definitions I found around for it, but as I understand it, it's the natural sciences. It's the stuff that is observable. I mean, he's right in that sense. It's you know, physics, chemistry, biology, but I would say, and some people would dispute this, that it would also include things like astronomy and paleontology and geology and all these other things. And that, you know, cathexis likes to run along this line that these things don't count because that we don't always use the scientific method to prove a hypothesis within them, because for some things you know, if you how can you when you're talking about planetary motion? And this really gets to the crux of Dell's. You know, he wants scale models of everything. Well, you know, but we can still do what they call natural experiments, which are just based on making lots of observations, and often that data is very valid because the opportunity exists often to have a huge database to collect lots and lots of data. So I guess it just depends how stringent you are with those terms. But strictly speaking, some of those sciences aren't following the scientific method for every hypothesis that they propose. Gosh, that was so long-winded. I'm sorry.
Science is exactly. Natural science is basically observing the world. You know, and, you know, science. I follow and I study natural science. Are you aware what natural science is? What do you think is it? Natural science. You have natural science. You have formal science and social science. Things like mathematics are a formal science because they don't depend on empirical observations. You can start from an axiom or a presumption. You can create a mathematical model. You understand these types of things. So natural science for me is observable, testable, repeatable. Would you agree that that's the core of science? Yep. So if I make a claim to you about reality...
Well, they just say that natural science is observable, testable, repeatable. It's right. And it's like, well, you just kind of defined what the scientific method is.
Right.
So that's where I can see where people can maybe get confused.
And then he tags on these two, I mean, I only mentioned one of them, but he actually tags on two extra conditions. One of them of scalability, and the other one is that everyone can do it. And you know, where's that one come from? You know, I mean, technically everyone can do it, but I think he means, you know, you've got to be able to do it without buying any equipment. Maybe it's difficult to know quite what he means by that, but he tags that one on as well.
I should be able to scale it, produce it, repeat it, and everybody can then do that.
I would really like to know how much studying of science Dell has actually done. His definition of natural science is completely incorrect. What he's actually referring to here is the scientific method, not natural science. But he's even got this wrong by throwing in his own condition of scalability. To define anything which doesn't meet these criteria as not science is an entirely ludicrous tactic usually deployed by young Earth creationists so they can deny things like evolutionary biology and paleontology. Dell uses it so that he can sound reasonable while being completely unreasonable, as we will see. In the process of redefining all of science in this way, Dell also feels the need to just discard all of mathematics as well, which he seems to think is a sort of fairy dust that can be used to conjure up anything, but can't be used to measure things.
So mathematics is a formal science because it doesn't depend on empirical observations. So you can have mathematical axioms that have no relation to reality, and you can form, theory and stuff from that. If I mean mathematics is a formal science, you can have start from a false premise and answer. You can create a mad, fantastic, it works mathematically, but when you look for the practical examples of it in real life, they fall short. Repeatable, measurable proof.
But the measurements with mathematics.
Mathematics is a formal science. You can start from a false axiom.
Everything is built around mathematics.
No, it's not.
You like.
Let's move on to Dell's favourite argument, and if you've ever seen him in action, you'll know what's coming.
I love the way they sniggered at him there.
Tell us about water, Dell.
Could you give me one?
If faces could only tell stories, you would have got a massive, because you could just see by their faces, just the way they were looking at them, just how they were thinking, like they weren't. He wasn't blowing their mind or anything. They just thought this must be a joke. They thought maybe this might be one of these Jeremy Beadles.
Right. I thought they were maybe like math students or maybe like computer scientists or something like that. You know what I mean? That.
Well, the big guy seemed quite smart. Can the really tall one?
He did, didn't he? He really did know his stuff. And I'm guessing from his accent he was German, which I thought was a bit odd when Dell went for the old, NASA were Nazis. You know what I mean? I was thinking, you're on dangerous ground here. But I think Dell's German as well, isn't he?
I think he said his grandparents were Austro-Hungarian or something like that, and
right.
And they had homes in East Germany or something. He used to visit them in the summer or something. He has mentioned East Germany, and he's mentioned like Austria and Hungary.
I guess he's on safe ground then, but I don't know. Yeah, he was clutching there, but yeah, I thought they were probably people where maths was significant to whatever it is that they do.
But he did sound like a big scientist or something. It did his accent and all that. It was like, it sounds like he just pulled up a science. Well, I've got to give it to him. At least he didn't go like the house in the States and try and pull up junkies skin in the street and go.
I like the way when Dell said he mentioned Copernicus. He goes, Dell goes, "Is a Jesuit priest," and the guy goes, "Yeah." And it's like, Dell had forgotten for a moment that he wasn't on YouTube, where the implications of being a Jesuit priest, are, that basically means you eat babies, Whereas in the real world, that just means, you're a Catholic priest, it doesn't mean anything more than that, Well,
the guy understood the fact that back then, that's who were educated, the Jesuit priests.
Right.
The common man was clever in the field.
Yeah, he certainly knew his history. He knew what he was talking about.
Practical example of a body of water conforming to the exterior of a shape. Do you think you could show me that? Could you give me one practical example of a body of water conforming to the exterior of a shape? Could you give me a practical example of a body of water conforming to the exterior of a shape? The all bodies of water will conform to the shape of the container, and the all bodies of water will seek and maintain their own level. Would you agree with that? So, yeah. So how then can it be possible that you'll want to go?
About 30 minutes. Gravity.
Here, of course, is
simple.
Yeah.
As simple as that, really.
Yeah.
Correct. Gravity affects water just like it affects everything else. But again, you can just Google this if you genuinely want to know about it.
But that Brenda made a good point on his hangout earlier that the only reason water is level is because of gravity. Like water without gravity, like becomes
right.
warm.
I thought she did really well, and I thought they were just. I mean, I thought it just exposed everything that's bad about them, because when I go in there and they kick me out, well, that's fair enough, because I go in there. I went in there deliberately to antagonize them. I'd got questions ready that I knew were going to wind him up, and and I am interrupty when I get going. You know what I mean? But Brenda is none of those things. She is polite, to the point, never loses a cool, and is knowledgeable. And for him to treat her the way he did, and to say that she's been disruptive and a troll, and they're all laughing, and
they even turned to the point where the guy was like, what is it with that picture? What is it? Is it like
right?
Again, they're just poking at even the picture, and Brenda was like, well, it's a picture from my favorite film.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, which is just, I mean, what do they think someone's going to respond with when they say that? I mean, what? Oh yeah, well, actually, I'm a child molester, and I do this because I'm hoping it will attract children. I mean, what do they think people are going to come up with? Shit, you got me.
Well, it was just an ad hominem. It was just they were attacking the person. They were saying,
right.
it was underhanded stuff. We could tell that maybe you didn't have to state the obvious, you know what I mean? But you didn't have to attack that. It was a question.
No. And the thing is, that's as good as it's going to get for them. That they will never get anyone who is more polite and more just to the point than that. It won't. There is no one. There won't ever be anyone. So that's kind of the end of any possibility of any kind of debate with them, I think, really.
Well, it kind of happened with Atheist Rex when he got kicked. The video got that many thumbs down. He turned off the ratings, and then he eventually deleted it. I think he just deleted the video, the whole hangout.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to get that chunk out where Brenda's on there actually, and just stick it on my channel. And just not really give it him a lot of commentary. Just put it on there, because I think it kind of speaks for itself, really.
Exactly.
But a load of people were in the chat. They were all saying, "Kick her out, get rid of her." There was loads of people saying that sort of thing, which I just don't think there was any. She gave them any reason to do any of that. I don't think. I'm going on. Sorry.
It's all right.
That's it. What I want to address is the structure of the argument. By insisting everything complies with his weird definition of natural science, it makes the task of presenting any evidence impossible. What precisely does Dell mean when he says practical example? He usually avoids defining this, although he slips up and gives the game away in this clip.
Show me a screw of the globe. I don't mean a plastic toy. I mean with rock here, that water, all the elements of reality. Can you achieve that? No. You think it's scientific?
When Dell says practical example, what he actually means is a working scale model. Of course, this isn't a standard anyone, including Dell, would apply when considering the existence of anything. Is there a working scale model of China, the Atlantic Ocean, a strawberry, an eagle? Of course not. This doesn't mean we can't understand many things about how these things function and behave, and it isn't a reason anyone would use to doubt the existence of anything, unless it was the only way they could find to justify believing utter bollocks. We can't make an object smaller than the Earth suddenly start generating its own gravity, which is then strong enough to overcome Earth's gravity and consequently keep water sticking to it. It's impossible and completely ridiculous.
Sure.
When the passerby fails, conclude that the phenomena doesn't exist and is therefore the product of a massive international conspiracy lasting 500 years. Okay, that's Dell's main arguments out of the way. It took him 2 years to formulate those. So let's run through some more of his nonsense.
There's a camera called a Nikon P900 Coolpix. It's got a super zoom on it, and people are zooming into the stars and showing you what they actually look like, and they don't look anything like NASA shows. And there's cameras now that Nikon have created called a P900 Coolpix with a super zoom. There's so many people all over Earth now who are videoing the stars and what they call planets, and they're nothing like NASA showed you. Nothing like NASA showed you. They're no solid body things. Most of the stars are like plasmic electrical fields that are just morphing in and out. You've heard, I'm sure, in your lifetime that ships disappear over the...
You can see the big guy looking at his pals thinking, are you believing this shit?
I know, yeah.
Just see the body language, just the way he's moving and turning it in. You can just see exactly what he's thinking.
Curvature of the Earth, am I correct?
Yeah.
Yep. Now, you're aware nowadays that we have technology like super zoom cameras. There's one particular called a P900 Coolpix. We can observe a ship going into the horizon and totally vanishing, totally gone. We can then pull out the camera, zoom back in and bring the full thing in full view again.
Flat Earthers just love the Nikon Coolpix P900. As you can see, they think it's a magic camera. This is what Dell is referring to with his first claim. Flat Earthers point a camera with a digital zoom at a planet or star, zoom in fully, and then put the camera out of focus to create this wobbling effect. Check out this video called Manufacturing Horseshit 101 from my friend Mr. B to show you how this is done. Dell's second claim regarding boats over the horizon you can see here. They just zoom in on an object and then zoom out until the object is too small for the camera to resolve, and then claim that the thing was over the horizon. Note the curious double standard here. Every photograph and video from every space agency that's ever been produced is instantly rejected as fake, while videos from random flat earthers are accepted as the gospel truth. I'm willing to bet Dell has never looked through a telescope or attempted to bring an object back into view from over the horizon himself.
How can I look at the sky through a telescope and see that Venus is a sphere? Yeah.
It's not a sphere, it's a flat disk. But what we see is two-dimensional. We don't see spheres. No, we don't know what they are. We don't know what they are. I don't know what they are.
If Dell had ever looked in a telescope, I don't think he would be saying this. Orbit and rotation, we actually see that. So we know that a flat disk. You would have thought a person reliant only on their own observations.
You're a cylinder. You're a cylinder, is that what?
The horizon is flat. If you have an unobstructed view in all directions, then the horizon is at the same distance in all directions. From your point of view, you are standing at the center of a flat circle. Your distance to the horizon is dependent on your elevation above it. The 3 miles Dell is referring to is where the horizon appears if you are about 6 feet above sea level. Take a look at this view from the JP Morgan Chase Tower in Houston. The observation deck is at 879 feet. We can use Metabunt's Earth Curvature Calculator to determine that the horizon is about 36 miles away. So our view looks like this on a map. As we zoom out, you can see that we are only able to see a tiny fraction of the Earth's surface. This is what lies at the heart of many flat Earth claims. They just don't get the scale.
It actually is. I don't know its full dimensions. What you're suggesting is there, if it isn't, nobody knows. This is what we don't know. This is what we're trying to bring people's awareness to. Right? We don't know what it is.
The burden of proof must be avoided at all costs. Dell literally wants us to exchange what we do know for what he doesn't know.
There's two mindsets. One mindset could be this. Life's an accident. That life came from rocks. It formed itself. There was a big bang, and that everything's flying through endless space with no meaning. They're trying to push evolution. They're trying to push abiogenesis, which is, life from nothing that just happens itself. Now that's one mind state. The other mind state is life is created, the earth is created, and this is exactly where you're supposed to be. Now those two mindsets to me are totally different, because one makes you feel significant and one makes you feel insignificant. So that's for me why they created the whole globe illusion.
Here Dell steals a few lines from the young Earth creationists, who along with the flat earthers are the only people claiming that life came from rocks. Evolution is taught because it offers the best explanation we have for the diversity of life on Earth, but that's another huge subject. Do you have either of these mindsets, or do you know anyone who thinks of themselves in the way that Dell is describing? I'm also confused by the fact that the designed flat Earth is where we are meant to be, and yet the reason for lying that it's a globe is to stop us from exploring.
That's what we want to highlight, the fact that people just take what they're told and they believe it.
Then why shouldn't I believe that?
Yeah. Well, you know, I would suggest that I would stop anybody from adopting any beliefs, because for me a belief is a substitute for knowing. So right away I would encourage people not to believe anything, to trust your own senses and to trust real natural science, which is observable, testable, repeatable. That's how we operate, that's how we construct, we have technology. There is an objective reality that's really there, that we can measure, test, and depend on. So what I would say is, don't believe in any institution who's telling you you should believe. For me, there's an issue.
Dell likes to use this wordplay with the word belief. The guy asked, why shouldn't I believe that? Meaning, I have reason to believe X is true. What are your reasons for believing X is not true? If the guy has reasons to believe X is true, and if X turns out to be objectively true, then the guy has a justified true belief. And this is how many people define knowledge. You cannot know something without believing it. I'm going to avoid getting further into the philosophy here. That would take forever. Dell claims not to have beliefs, but of course he has plenty. Let's see.
Copernicus was a Jesuit priest. The religious institutions controlled society, and they still do. They infiltrated science, the Jesuit priests, but they have to invent these incredible magic forces. But that's what they told you. They told you that there was an edge. Part of the psychological tricks that the governments have used is to put images of a flat earth into people's mind that it's a flat disc.
When the big guy looked at the camera there, I would have been a bit scared.
Yeah, and that's when he starts asking him about what he's going to use it for, isn't it? And he's kind of a bit worried.
It's like the big guy here. You see, he looks like he's starting to get worried now.
But they have to invent these incredible magic forces. But that's what they told you. They told you that there was an edge. Part of the psychological tricks that they could.
If I was that cameraman, I'd be stepping back a wee bit.
Yeah.
Governments have used is to put images of a flat earth into people's mind that it's a flat disc and that you can fall off the edge. If you take one generation of kids or people and you educate them in a certain method or with a certain belief or ideology, then that generation then automatically starts passing on to the next generation, and it just becomes accepted as the norm. So psychologically, if you can tell people they live in a sphere, what you say to them is that's all that exists. There's no way off. There's nothing else to explore. There's nothing else to find. Therefore, people won't question it. They'll just go about their life and think that they're over there. They created things like NASA. Used Nazi scientists who they brought out from Germany through a thing called Project Reaper. Yeah, they're faking it. I'm going to go around the world to watch it. It's like that. And I'm back again. Yeah, there is an equator.
Where's that then?
Well, the equator is where it is. You know, the countries are on the equator. Well, see that big pond over there? See if I was to go there and I was to put 7 continents in it. Yeah. Right? That would be an accurate representation of the reality we actually live in. There's a possibility that there's other ponds like yours beyond, and there's other life in them. Everything tells us that it's stationary and flat. As I say, you get the agencies who try and, because there's a lot of attention on this, because obviously it's a huge secret. So they try and, push these maps and models and then try and get you to adopt them so they can attack it. And we need all the militaries in the world exploring in order to find exactly what the full dimensions are, because it's being hidden for us right now. It ain't no fucking globe.
Dell believes is a conspiracy that has lasted undetected for at least the last 500 years. This was started by religious institutions, with the Catholic Church being significantly instrumental. They infiltrated science and invented some magical forces. They were able to set this in motion by telling one generation of children about it, and everyone else since has just believed it. The conspiracy continued into the 20th century, when the Nazis got involved by founding NASA, which along with every other space agency and company has actually done no space exploration at all, and has in fact faked everything. These evildoers are currently perpetuating the lie by disseminating fake flat earth maps and models onto the internet in order to discredit flat earthers. The world is actually a flat and stationary puddle, with the continents laid out in a circular fashion and surrounded by some sort of wall or container, which if crossed might reveal other flat and stationary puddles. In 500 years, not a single person spotted any of this until Dell, the natural scientist, came along and was able to overturn all of known physics by spraying some water on a broken football and watching YouTube videos. The only way the conspiracy will be fully revealed is when public opinion can persuade the evil authorities who are lying to us to go out and explore and tell us what's out there. All of this is true because of water.
I thought it was a really good video, Jeremy.
Yeah, thanks so much for sharing it, mate.
And then it should be seen, because I think that a lot of flat earthers are adopting this method that he's using, the same tactics, the same.
Yeah.
And I think you should understand what he's doing. It's obvious.
That it is weak, and all you have to do is come across someone that knows a little bit about argumentation, and they'll just pull it apart. I mean, they don't have to know anything about the Earth, really. Mm-hmm. They just
even
need
if
to
they
know
did,
about how arguments are formulated.
Even if they did, were able to argue him, do you think they would? Just by his approach, do you think even if they could, do you think they would think, could this guy lose a rag on me?
Yeah, I think possibly, but I don't know. They seem at the end of the interviews, you know, you do catch these little bits where he kind of shakes hands with them and stuff like that, and they seem fairly relaxed. I have to say, but he doesn't really allow for it. Like when the guy, you know, people don't want that much confrontation, do they? So I think you're right. You know, like when the guy says about, he gives the example of dropping the feather and the ball. Mm-hmm. And Dell sort of goes through this thing about, oh, well, we're talking about what happens in this reality. And the guy just accepts it. He goes, oh, okay. And sort of, you know what I mean? He doesn't want to battle it further. But, you know, he could have done, you know, what Brenda did earlier and just say, well, that is this reality. That's not another reality. That's just a way of, you know, eliminating other factors so that we can test one factor, you know, but... Mm-hmm. So I don't know whether he'd really allow for it, you know, because he just brushes things aside, and then people, that, you know, none of us like confrontation, do we?
But it's obviously the method he's using is structured. You can see every person he talks to, it's the same thing. It's the same. He doesn't approach people with a different angle. Like he doesn't bring up a different subject to begin the conversation. It's the same thing. It's the same way it's structured. It just seems mechanical, and it just seems like you'll not come off that path. And
the words are carefully chosen, because this thing about a practical example, you know, previously in their hangouts, I would often hear them say that the phrase they would use was working model. And it used to bug me, because I'd hear them talking about it, and I'd think they actually mean working scale model, and they mean not anything on a computer, an actual thing that can be handed to me. And I used to think they were being dishonest then, but they've reworded it to this practical example, and I think they've made a conscious decision to do that. And I know it seems like nitpicking, and it's only 2 words, but I think it's quite important when people are posed that question, because they can't respond anyway, because they don't really know what the fuck what's a practical example. What do you mean by that? You know, and
it feels like they don't want to say that. Like, what do you mean? Because it makes them feel silly. Like, it puts them on the spot.
Yeah. So I think he's chosen those words carefully to avoid any sort of burden of proof, you know.
And proof, this word proof is obviously getting pushed, like proof, rather than evidence. Like obviously in the scientific method, it says evidence, hypothesis. It doesn't say proof and facts. And
Right.
it's more about evidence and forming a hypothesis out of the evidence. But that's what I get from the scientific method. But with him, it seems to be like proof. He wants proof.
And I don't, and that's why I don't really buy into this idea of sort of science being all wrong, because it, you know, or Copernicus was a Jesuit priest, because it isn't about, one person's eureka moment. Normally science is about building this body of knowledge that, that we're sort of chipping away at all the time. You know what I mean? Sort of, and from that we gradually get greater understandings of things. But there aren't really. Occasionally there are these eureka moments, but science isn't. I don't think it's really about that. It's just about coming up with the best explanation for what data is currently on the table. And I don't think scientists really claim to do more than that. Although I guess it would be true to say they do sometimes.
So, do you believe there's going to be people walking about Mars and stuff in like 20 years?
I don't.
When are they predicting like the first people on Mars?
I don't know. I mean, they keep saying these dates, don't they? I mean, I think the problem with that is that I think it has to be an international effort to be able to afford it. I mean, I mean, like this.
My point is, do you think in maybe 30 years' time we're going to be sitting here having an argument about did they land on Mars? Like, like, are we going to be sitting there like arguing about it? Like,
I think possibly so. Yeah, I think possibly we would.
Do you think they've got the capacity to land on Mars, like humans, and live there? Because it's
I don't think we have.
Like, the first time I ever heard, I think there was a thing people were volunteering to go to Mars, and it was a one-way trip. And to me,
right? Yeah,
I just found it crazy. Like it didn't sound.
I would do that, Jed. I would do that, but then I am 51. So
no way, you would do that.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I would.
No way.
Yeah.
What about you, Tim? Tim.
Sorry, I'm eating. No, absolutely not. I'd go to space, but no, not with the stipulation of a one-way ticket.
No, but do you think you would actually get there if you jumped in a rocket and stuff? Like, do you think NASA would have the capacity to do it? Like,
yeah, I mean, obviously, if you take what they say is true, I mean, they have probes there, so that's kind of the first thing that you do.
In the lander, the rover thing, the Mars rover.
Yeah.
So you believe if they can get a Mars rover there, they can get humans there?
Yeah, it follows logically.
I mean, I think it's possible, but I do think it's a massive challenge because you've got to have people in space for so long. And I mean, I guess we've kind of done, people have spent long periods of time on the space station. But I think that is kind of a problem. There's
like 3 years. Is it going to take like 3 years to get there or something?
Well, I think I can't remember what the minimum time to get there is, but I think that's the minimum possible time that you could get there and back is about 3 years, because you have to kind of wait for Mars to be in the right position.
Because do they not use the gravitational pull to sort of
exactly,
throw them
right? Yeah, they use
catapult them sort of thing.
Slingshot, and
slingshot. That's it. Slingshot.
So it's not easy, and when they're in that interplanetary space, that's when their solar flares could be a problem. And if there's a solar flare and they're caught in that, they've got to basically it would kill them if they weren't, they didn't have extra shielding for that. So there are some difficulties with that. So I think we would know when it was going to happen because it would have to be a staged process. They would probably send supplies in advance and land them remotely. I think things like that would go on, They would have to construct a spaceship in orbit, I guess, that would be big enough to take a number of people on a journey that long, So it would be like building another space station.
But it'll be interesting to see in the future, like what we're going to see, like people sitting on Mars or whatever. And then we're just going to have a new wave of people maybe just coming out saying this is bullshit, flat Earth rules. It's like,
well, the one I'm looking forward to this year, and there's actually 5 lunar missions this year that are unmanned. It's part of the Google Lunar X Prize. So there's that you can win $25 million basically for who does it first. But there are 5 companies that are doing. They're all private companies from around the world. There's an Israeli company. I think there's a couple of American companies. But they're from all over. And at least one of these missions is going to go to an Apollo landing site. They'll be a couple of 100 meters away from it at least. But they will. And it's part of the prize stipulation. They have to be able to transmit 2 8-minute videos live from the moon. So hopefully, I'm really hopeful that we will see some Apollo landing site. It'll be from a distance. Possibly we'll see maybe a rover or an experiment close up.
But it's not going to be when the flat earthers see it, it's going to be faked.
Of course, I know they will. I know. I don't.
Like, even if it was real now, it's like it doesn't matter. Even if they were real photos, like they're going to be fake.
They'll be calling it fake instantly. I understand that, but I'm still looking forward to it. I think it'd be good to see.
Well, I've not lost my appetite for. I was losing it a wee bit when I was getting into flat Earth. I was losing because I used to love sitting watching like Stephen Hawking's universe. I used to sit for hours watching those, watching about the galaxies, and it's just, and I sort of lost my love for it because of flat Earth a wee bit. But lately, I've been indulging myself again in like the space stuff, like a junkie again, like the flat Earth, like I was in. It's like,
well, if you want a good fiction book to read, try The Martian Chronicles by Ray Bradbury.
Right, cool.
And then you might want to take that one-way trip to Mars.
Right. I've not got that much faith in NASA. Right, guys, that's been over 4 hours. I'm just going to wrap up at that, but it's been brilliant. Tim, I want to thank you for getting Jamie on and Stargods. It's a shame I couldn't see you later to them, but I expected, because there's a lot of people that are thinking, he's playing a video, for fuck's sake, I'm not going to sit and watch a video. So, but I had to give justice to Jeremy's video, man.
Thanks very much for doing that for me. Really appreciated, man.
It's no problem, man. If I got a copyright strike, I'm not sure, but I'm going to use it under fair use. I'll fight it because I was criticising it, I was critiquing it. Right. I'm not making money, so I've showed it under fair use because we're all criticising it. Anyway, guys, these have been great. Jeremy, Tim, everyone that joined me, everyone in chat. And thanks again, guys.
See you later, man.
See you later,